Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. As we await the first few levels to populate a queue, we'll be taking a look at the first new thing I've seen from Dial in quite some time. This is Frozen Fortress, a flying fish. Float from flying fish to flying fish, FYI, not for folks who fear falling. Yeah, we'll just take a brief look at this. No idea what the difficulty is yet, given that first clear is still available. So, we'll give it a fair shot. Okay. Well, that is a flying fish, alright. Looks like a P door in this location. And nothing else yet, but possibly we'll be, reversing our way through this. That's either a duck jump or luring a fish over. Just to get it to home in on that location. Given that they do come out of the pipes. I don't know if we can make this jump with a crouch. Yes, we can. Looks like there is going to be a reversal here. The idea being to grab or stomp on a P. Probably a P jump now that I look at it. P jump and carry a P. I believe that is the idea. Choose Solo, welcome back. Yeah, this level is by somebody I knew from before I was streaming this game. And he does put quite a lot of work into aesthetics, so... That's... yeah, it's quite nice decoratively in terms of the use of the ice coins to stand in as filler tiles in a way. Now, I believe it is going to be P jump followed by P grab. No. Yep, wanted to re-grab the one up top. Kind of missed it. And yeah, choose Solo. Queue is open if you have anything you want to send along. This is just the warm-up level as I start the stream, so I can see the first submissions come in. Alright, let's await the next round. We can, of course, always bounce off this guy, but whoops, hit my head on the ceiling. And there we go again, yeah. I mean, I wonder if a single P-switch activation will do the trick, and if we have enough time to run all the way to the left. But I do think that the double P setup specifically implies that I should be doing a P jump followed by P grab. So I'm able to refresh the switch, going back into... whoops. Yeah, not enough height. And the marker, I think, does indicate the suggested location to do that, but I do believe I will need that second P activation in order to get to the switch in time. Get to the door in time, rather. No, missed a P jump. I think the method is correct, though. And the P jump window in Maker 2 is fairly generous, so it's really just a reminder of why we do warm-up levels in the first place. Precisely to get those kinks out of our system. And Mang, welcome. Good to see you here as well. Choose Solo. Thank you for Spike and Bones Rebellion. We'll get to that as soon as we have had our fill of this one. First clear is still available on this level, so I don't know how doable it will be and how long I'll press against it, but we'll just stay on it for the time being until we at least see what is past a P door. I really do think my method is correct, but maybe there is an implication that you are supposed to use the fish to your advantage somehow. We can, of course, always try a single P jump as well and just try to race it to the door. Yeah, let's just try to race it. Maybe we can make it. Whoops. Okay, yes we can, so I was overcomplicating it. I don't know why there was that double stacked P then. It's really something that makes things more difficult than necessary. 5. Oh, there's a beeping timer. I guess it is a timed survival obstacle where you are supposed to survive on a fish for as long as possible. Anyway, we now know that one P-switch activation is enough to get us through that door, so we'll pursue that method and see how things work. Whoops, just missed a P-jump due to the directional turnaround. That's okay. I was definitely overcomplicating it. So, let's just have a good clean run. Back and forth. Mang, thanks for the level. Been a while since I've caught up on some of yours, so I do look forward to Sticky Soda Surfing. I missed a P-jump again. The window is fairly large on those. I think it's just the directional adjustment throwing me off slightly because of that back and forth movement. Should, of course, make more use of the fish themselves. Yeah. Missing it somehow. I'm almost certain it's because of the change in direction. I have a bit of input confusion there, perhaps. But we'll see what I can do with that. Still don't completely get why they have the double stack here. And why the P-jump doesn't seem to be working. Yeah. Just have to make sure I get a solid jump off that P before I reverse, perhaps. Like I was saying. Yeah, because it seems that if I reverse direction before I land on a P, somehow I'm not able to land a P-jump. And interesting title, Chusolo. Do you mean this stream or do you mean this level, which is Frozen Fortress Flying Fish? This maker Dial really loves his alliteration. Really loves to repeat every letter of the alphabet where possible. I don't see how I'm missing those. This is the easy part. Should just be a very ordinary, simple P-jump, and for some reason it's not going. It's not input lag or anything. It's something that I'm doing wrong. Probably should be taking greater advantage of the fish. Maybe I'm late on a P-jump window, and I'm just adjusting in the wrong direction. But yeah, this should be simple. I was doing the P-jump perfectly well earlier when I was going for the one on the bottom. And, oh, the Sticky Soda Surfing, yeah. Yeah. There we go. And there we don't. Being tall is actually a bit of a liability there, given the ledge on the right side. Yeah, let's maintain direction somehow and do this right for once. Let it go lower a bit. Maybe try a reverse jump to a P-jump. I wonder if it has something to do with its falling arc, that because the P is falling at a certain point in its falling arc, it just no longer works. But I'll have to try it because... Yeah, reverse jump to a P-jump, I do think you have the right idea. Don't see why I'm missing this. This is just the simplest thing. But we'll need to know it in case it shows up later. It could just be that I'm very much out of practice. Yeah, there we go. My reversals were too late. That's the idea. That's P-jumps just don't work when you change direction in midair. That's something I don't think I knew, at least not consistently, about the way P-jumps function. Okay, 5 bounces. Whoops. Meant to get high bounce off the first jump. And it looks like it's just a timer survival. It's going to beep 5 times, and I'm sure the switch is going to reactivate from there. Good use of the sound effect to indicate that timer, of course. Oops. Forgot that these guys have wings. Yeah, let's make sure we... There we go, yeah. Just have to very clearly reverse direction first. You know, for all the P-jumps that I've done, I don't think I've actually encountered that mechanic before, because usually when you see a P-jump, you don't really have to worry so much about reversals, so... But maybe that's just because I don't play the levels where that is actually part of the challenge. So yeah, okay, now we've got it, we understand, so... Lesson learned, at least. Until the next time we forget it. There we go. Nice and easy. See? Very clean now. Okay, going to get the P-switch in here. P-switch is still active. Okay. Nope. Just kind of choked there, but I did read that element correctly in terms of understanding what was supposed to go on. Okay, let's reverse into it. Once the fish are out of our way. There we go. Oops. And onward. Okay. Okay, going to grab some of those 1-ups for Endless. Very important. Especially when you do that. That's okay. Sure, we'll grab another mushroom as soon as we are able. As soon as we are able, I said. The symmetry here is causing some problems. Causing many problems, in fact. There we go. And there we don't. Okay. Let's let that pinch us right on top of the flag once again. I need to do this a little bit off-center. Bait one of them early first if I can, but it seems like they can't be baited until a certain amount of time out of the pipe. They don't react to you until a certain window. So I can't activate them early, which is unexpected. There are a lot of finer points to these fishbone mechanics that I don't think I was aware of previously. Okay, at least that remains in position. Yeah, something's off with my jump timings today, but we'll get that cleaned up, I'm sure. Oops. I had a lot of trouble seeing that. White on white. Also because I was forgetting about the wings. So. Oops. There we go. Looks like we'll have a 7-second survival after that. Can I do a running jump directly to the block? Probably. Probably. I think, Meg, that I will generally trust you when it comes to physics in this game, so... It looks like it, it's just that they're obstructing a lot of space vertically right now because of the firing pattern of the fishbone. There should be a fairly clear safety window for me to do that. There we go. And yeah, that's the simple thing. But that's precisely why we warm up on these. Oh. Yeah, was way off center on that element there, so that timing required a little bit of adjustment. This is surprisingly challenging to hit. But anyway, we'll be close. Come on. Come on. Can I hit the block just by running? No, I can't, because I tried it with the mushroom earlier. And that was just barely within reach. So I believe, no, not even with a full run. But we'll see. I mean, possibly I don't really even need the mushroom, given that it's just jump challenges, rather than damage being the issue, given that damage is not the thing I'll be dying to in the element that comes later. Taking advantage of the fact that I get a second bounce off the fish is what I should have been doing all along, and yeah, that's the right idea. I probably shouldn't have expended both platforms right away, given that I know from the previous segment that staying on one side's fish spawns will probably be fine. Yeah, getting that second bounce on the same fish bones is the key. It gives me quite a lot more control over positioning. Yeah, okay. I actually should get rid of the platforms precisely to avoid priority issues like that. And yeah, Shoe Solo, it is a very interesting use of this mechanic. And here we go. Now, this particular Maker Dial I've been playing for quite a long time, and he does make a lot of levels that are really wildly creative, but always have this element of bullet hell to them very frequently. It's part of the way that he conceptualizes challenge design, I guess. But it seems like with a lot of these levels I'm always dodging lots of stuff, and so... Okay. No. Not really appropriately compensating for their speed there. Also the fact that I do need to keep the blasters on screen on both sides, I think, and stay reasonably centered. Because if I don't, then they are only going to spawn on one side at a time. I do need both spawns on screen. And yeah, that's why I can't afford to go too far to the right. Oops. Okay, in we go. I don't know why, but whenever I enter a space like that, I just expect the camera to lock in place, and of course, clearly, with this mechanic, there's not going to be any scroll stop there, but it just seems like it's sort of designed as a challenge room like that, and so camera scroll left and right was throwing me off somewhat. But we'll see. I mean, that's just inherently part of this mechanic, the way it's designed, so... Okay. Need to... Yeah, I do need to alternate directions, otherwise I will not get enough fish to spawn. Let's just skip this and go directly. Whoops. Yeah, I do need to go left, right, left, right. Let's just skip this, yeah. Nope. I do still have to compensate for the camera scroll. Yeah, I guess I should be using the platform markers as a guide for estimating the location where the fish are going to be spawning on an additional round. I Didn't really understand the timing there, but I think they are fairly reliable as location markers for when they slow down. Whoops. Right idea. Bad directional control. Okay. Let's do this again. No, I do need to swap in order to, as I said before, get the spawns to work properly. Yeah, no. Way out of position. I'm a little late on the jump button all over the place today when it comes to high jumps. I'm not sure why. It may just be that my own reaction time is off today, but... yeah, having them together at around the same centered location is always a bit uncertain because I don't know which one of the two I'm going to hit. Here we go. Yeah, if I stay reasonably centered enough to keep both blasters on camera, then that's the best scenario. I should actually be watching the screen boundaries rather than the fish themselves. Yeah, because it seems like staying within bounds and having both blasters on screen is certainly the most important thing about this room. As I was saying, the most important thing about this room. So, we'll see if we can make it work somehow. But... no. Looks like we are almost at the end of this segment, I would think. I don't know if there's an additional challenge beyond this, but... nope. Much too late on that. And it's also much too far. Yeah, need to come up with better tactics, I think, to do this. Okay. Right idea. Right idea. We actually had it that time. I just couldn't position myself accurately enough to get out of this space at the end of that pattern. That is absolutely right concept. It's when they overlap, I think, that I'm thrown off quite a bit. Because I have to guess for a moment which one I'm going to hit. No, I'm... oh, okay. That's miraculously saved. That was unexpected. Seemed like it was mostly a decorative spike. I had noticed that earlier on some of the other platforms, but I didn't think it would actually be a threat. So, poor estimate on my part. I should actually just spawn the first fish first before I jump in. Am I able to do that? Am I able to do that? Okay. Probably shouldn't play around with that too much. No. To clip its wings. Yeah, I have to clip both their wings to slow them down on the first round, I think. Slowing them down is the key. Nope. Yeah, it's very hard to find a reliable approach to this. It seems like there's always some kind of chaos that's introduced every time, and that's the main thing that's throwing me off, that I don't really have a consistent pattern. I am constantly reacting to what the spawns are going to be, instead of finding a consistent way forward. Partly because I'm not able to estimate when the spawns are going to happen. But we'll see. We've gotten reasonably close on one attempt. Nope. Once again, the speed estimate is not what it should be. Okay, there we go. Yep, sort of overcorrected on that last bit there. Okay, right idea though, clip both wings. Yeah, sometimes they just don't spawn when I want them to. But as long as I stay centered, maybe we can make something happen here. Once again, the fact that I'm dealing with both fast fish and slow fish does mean that sometimes I misjudge momentum. And yeah, we beat a timer that time, but couldn't quite get to safety. Getting closer though, getting closer. Nope. Almost there. It looks like it is going to be an exit pipe at the end of this, so we'll see if there's some additional element afterwards. Okay. Getting closer. Not that close. Yeah, the mushroom actually is not useful at all here, given that taking damage to the face is never the real risk. No, really do need to clip their wings at all times that are possible. And alternate between left and right as much as possible just to refresh the spawns, perhaps. Okay. Okay. Now we're in a bit of a problem. Okay. Having wound up on the left side, I didn't quite estimate how to get back onto the right, but... right idea. Getting closer. Yep. With their wings. Nope. I'm not really counting the timer. If I had counted there, I would have known that it was safe to just hug the right side at the very end. Okay. And of course, giving you the number there, the timer is meant to be counted, I think. You are given a chance to track how much longer you need to survive. Okay. No? Nothing? Right, because there were already 3 spawns out from that blaster. Okay. Let's get this straightened out. Oh, found a good holding location. Almost. Almost. It did seem like that was a reliable location just to stay in one spot, which was somewhat unexpected. Nope. Yeah, definitely a few difficulties here with reliability. But then, on that previous good attempt, I did find an extremely reliable holding pattern in one spot. It's just very difficult to see how to make that happen if you don't know to look for it. See, now we barely miss, but almost there. Just need to stick with it a little longer. Nope, really need to clip every wing. Okay, here we are. Here we go. Oh, nope. I did not correctly estimate that I would have clipped that last set of wings as well. I thought the fish was going to go a little bit further. So yeah, we'll get there. I'm spending unusually long on this one, but it is one where the first clear is still available, I believe, so. Yeah, very clear to me that all of their wings must absolutely be removed. Nope, missed that set. And that's what happens when you miss one set. Yeah. Increasingly clear to me that you really must get all of the wings to have any kind of chance. Should be doing high bounces wherever possible, just to maximize the airtime that I can play with, but almost there. Almost there. Okay. Yeah, having that doubled jump like that, where I'm taking out one fish at the same time as bouncing on another one to remove its wings, actually gets me into a bit of trouble. Because I really do need both of those bounces to be available in order to maximize the number of platforms I have live at any given time. And so, difficult, but we'll see what we can do. Nope. I have to play really reactively in some ways. But just go a little further. Oh, whoops. Did not expect to double up once again. Almost got it. I have beaten the timer on multiple occasions, it's just getting into position and recognizing when that's over. I'm not really able to jump around and count the timer from 7 at the same time. I did try at least on one attempt, but that's a lot of variables to take care of at once while jumping on moving targets. Hi, Bon Jovi. Yeah, Bon Jovi, we are fairly early into the stream and a queue is still open if you have anything, but regardless, thanks for dropping by. Mang, you're certainly welcome to count for me, but given the occasional lack of synchronization between what I'm playing and when chat shows up for me, I don't know if it'll help. I am mentally trying to count, though. And Dexterity, welcome back. Dextrolls. Queue is still wide open for those interested. I mean, this is technically the warm-up level, and I've desperately needed the warm-up by the looks of it, so. Thank you for submitting the Cursed TV World. Okay. Okay. Almost. I really just needed one last bounce. Really close now. I do strategically need a low bounce every now and then just to get enough room. There we go, there we go. See, not that bad. Yeah, I'm not going for that thing on the side. What's going on here now? Do I want to know? Okay. Alright. This may be tricky. Okay, that's fine. We've got it. Checkpoint. That's important. Now we'll see how much is left. And Alolo30, thank you for the evil thorns will kill you. I'm sure they will. Okay, not quite enough height on that last one there. That was clearly the intended path, though. I don't think I can get enough distance over to that next fish to the right, given how low the ceiling is. And Bon Jovi, just 1 second before I read what you said about your bunch of Mega Man recreations, and you decided to redo them here with updated elements. Okay. Thanks for letting me know in advance. I will try to remember that when I get to yours. For anybody who is new here, I don't tend to enforce a strict time limit on levels. Some of them go pretty long, some of them are fairly short. I just try to exercise my judgment, depending on how we're progressing. So hopefully it's not going to be too long a wait for you if you are a few spots back. And I look forward to it. Okay. And there we go. There we are. Don't want to get lost behind the auto-scroll here. Whoops. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did not actually see those platforms coming. Key door. Okay, I don't see what's holding the key. And I'll have to keep an eye out for that. So yeah, I've kind of been on this unusually long for my opening level, but given that I was going for first clear, I had no idea what the difficulty would be. But this part is pretty manageable. It's just that those lower platforms surprised me last time because they were out of view of the camera as I was coming in from up high. Oh, whoops. But this is really just platforming on moving targets at this point, and something I have seen before when it comes to Dry Bones concepts. So, it will hopefully not take too long to wrap up from here, given that it feels significantly more manageable than some of what we were seeing earlier. Okay, so I probably missed a key from the top segment. Here is another timed challenge. Okay, we can get onto POWs, it seems. And we don't want to hit the POWs, probably, because they would just knock everything out. But the POWs do work pretty well as platforms. There was a 5-second timer on that, and I don't know what that was for, or at least a number 5 timer. So let's just get back at location. We will want a mushroom for some of this, given that being hit is a risk we would like to mitigate. Let's probably key route upstairs. We'll just miss that entirely. Okay, 5. Okay, going to take out some of these platforms a little too early. Did not expect the POW over there to get bounced. I thought I was going to land on that quite safely, but it looks like we ended up in a situation where that got bumped, so that was a little unexpected. But we'll get there. Okay. Yeah, once again, forgetting about the blue platforms on the lower level. Okay. Not exactly sure what's supposed to unlock here. Oh, except, oh, I see. No, I see now. Yeah. Took me a while to understand that, but I do see what's going on now with the POWs. POWs will not affect a fishbone since they are in midair. But there is one thing I need to be aware of, which is that you are supposed to grab the POWs and spend them in order to probably get a key off the muncher stack to the right. So you hit 5 POWs to destroy 5 munchers. And that's what it will be. Grabbing the POWs is okay. Hitting the POWs from below is also okay. And I'll just have to figure out what works. But it looks like 5 muncher activations there will be the thing that we need to do. And we'll just try to stay alive long enough to do it. Okay, I'll do that too. 1-up is not going to be too useful here. No key. Oh, because the key is the exit key. Okay. Let's try to hit that somehow. Okay, there we go. Oh, whoops. Wasn't watching. It does seem like grabbing the POWs over to the left side location is the best way to go, because we have confirmed now that we can, from that throwing arc, hit the wall with the POW throw. And we're not locked out of that location, so yeah. Heading left is probably the best idea. Okay, let's wait for the POWs first. Let's just wait. We do need to be range. Yep, we'll just do it that way. Okay. It's probably not the way it was meant to be done, but it's much more reasonable. Oh, missed. I do think that's a good method, though. It's a decent approach for that section. Just need to make it there, and not get hit too hard along the way. Yeah, getting there. And down. Okay. There we go. Almost remembering how to play this game, perhaps. Okay. The occasional collisions that bump the POWs do catch me by surprise. Okay. Good. Not so good. Not so good. Okay. There we go. Almost there. And we'll get another mushroom here. Did not hit the munchers with that POW, obviously, but that's 1 muncher hit so far. And yeah, seems like the way the fish collisions raise the POWs is something that could be potentially useful. Also, the fact that standing on the POW doesn't lower the platform is also useful mechanic here. I think I'll just do it this way, actually. It's cheesy, but it works. Oh, nope. Missed that. It's okay. 3 more to go. We just need to not get hit by fish along the way. Now, is this going to... Yep. You're going to very considerately bump that up towards me. Okay, 1 more. That should be the key. In. And there's more. Oh, I see. There we go. Exit pipe, and do tell me we are not going to get sniped here as we head down to the goal. Very helpful fishes. And that is done, so thank you for the patience of everybody who is in the queue. I did want to snipe that first clear. I'll show you the code if anybody is interested in beating my time on that. That was 24V SMP. MVG. Let's get through to Q. Okay, Chew Solo. Chew Solo, I know you're probably here, given that you were recently in chat. You might want to check in just to be absolutely certain. And yeah, Bon Jovi, Dial is a maker I've been playing for quite a long time, actually before I started streaming and before I knew most of the Mario Maker community. And he does tend to make some pretty, I would say, audacious stuff, so long as you're into moderately bullet hell-like concepts. But here's a Spike and Bones Rebellion by Chew Solo. Very new from this week. And it seems like it follows the story from one of the previous levels that we got from Chew Solo, in that after Spiny and Buzzy's defeat, which we did see on one of our earlier episodes, Spike and Bones flee to form a base and a plan. And Mick Closo, thank you for the submission of Quicksand. Let's see what we can do with this one. Okay, hammer time. And yeah, we could probably use the crates for puzzle purposes, but nope, my mistake. Oh, that locks you, okay. I'm pretty sure that does lock me, in fact, so let's just do that. I mean, I should have used the hammer to create more crates. That was obviously the thing to do here. Just didn't realize that having only access to that one hammer would get us in trouble. But yeah, it's the kind of thing where it might be advisable to have a pipe instead. Okay. Not going to break everything. Oh, we could have done so safely. Okay, looks like a door there. Ah yes, that's for reset purposes because the thwomp could potentially come down. Unless you, of course, do this. There we go. No, not high enough. And we don't get another hammer? Okay, I guess we don't. That's unfortunate. Let's, seems kind of odd that you would get the reset door if you aren't allowed to have a second hammer, unless there's a crate here that gives you one, so... I think so far every issue I have with the design so far is just coming down to the fact that, you know, you have to reset to get another hammer, apparently. Very easily resolved by just having a pipe spawner. But not a bad concept. I'm familiar with the thwomp and mushroom platform interaction, of course, because that is something I had used as a gating mechanism myself when patch 3.0 had come into the game. And yeah, Chew Solo is just one of those things that you just begin to think about with more making experience. Oh, whoops. That was definitely an unintended interaction, I'm sure, because it was supposed to punch me through freely and leave me alive. It's okay. We can probably just carry these with us, but who wants to do that? Okay. Through we go. Oops. And, yeah. Here we are again. So yeah, from a just sort of QA perspective, having more hammer respawns available is probably just a one thing. Because otherwise, you know, there's not much point to the reset door if you do get crushed. And if you do take damage, which is definitely a possibility, even with the swamp and mushroom platform interaction because of that possibility of getting swished against your own crate. Looks like this is probably just a reset door, or not. Yes, okay. Now, why would I want a reset door? Because of the spiny positioning. And why would I want to go through here? Well, we'll see in a moment. Probably there's going to be some kind of on-off interaction. This is, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks high. 6 blocks high. Wait, 1 second. I can't count. Hang on. That wind-up time on a hammer always gets me. This is 6 blocks, right? Or okay, just checking. Just checking. And R.R. Langdon, welcome. Thank you for submitting what I believe must be your maker code. Okay, no... Oh, because... Yeah, no, you can press the on-off switch for sure. I just didn't think about it. On-off switch sends the spiny over this way. It also deactivates the bounce. I'm guessing the idea is to drop crates here, so the spiny walks over, and then you bounce him up to a location that allows you to... Whoops. There we go. Yeah, now we hit the switch. Occasionally... Now, why wouldn't we just smack the spiny directly with the hammer? When we're down there on a lower level, like, why couldn't I just go down there and smack them that way? I suppose the idea was that you were supposed to throw the crates through here and have them land in that location without going down, because if you do go down, then you can just whack the spiny with the hammer directly. Right? There's nothing stopping me from doing that. So, yeah. Just one thing that would have been worth considering, I think. Because it looked like I did it in an unintended way. But, you know, that's why we have playtesting. That's exactly why. Okay, gonna do aerial hammer there. Now, if any of you know Remmers, who used to submit a lot to this stream, he had a really good aerial hammer level that I think was just called Aerial Hammer Time. And, okay. Yeah, that's the thing about the hammer suit crate spawning, is that it is a difficult thing to quality check for because it gives the player so much flexibility. Whoops. Sure, we'll just do it this way. It's probably not the intended way, but... Okay. Probably not the intended way either. But let's see if we actually need a hammer in this spot here. Maybe we do. I think we do, actually. Yeah, we do. So... yeah, just a lot of things you'll need to quality check about this, I think, but... Oh, I see. No, because you're supposed to keep a propeller up to that point. I see. Okay. And what about this scroll stop over here? Now, what's... oh, no, because it's past checkpoint. Yeah, that's right. The idea was that we came in here, and then once you're past checkpoint, you want to gate me off. The problem is, of course, that I can always go back. Not really a problem, but, you know. Yeah, here... just a matter of visibility, mostly. This part's fine. And yeah, I do get a chance to see that we have spikes down below. No. Yeah, that's not great. Unfortunately, nowhere to bounce the POW on top. Yeah, we'll just... oh, I see. Goal pole is right there. Okay, so we do need to survive with the propeller up to this point. Yeah, mainly just a lot of playtesting checks on this level in terms of what is available to the player and what they can do with it. You always do, with any kind of puzzle-like interactions, have to be a step ahead that way. The other issue in general is that it's not going to be apparent to me until the next room that I absolutely do need to survive with this power-up. And so, I know part of the issue here is that you can't have some kind of bottomless pit when you have a water course. Because, of course, it looks like this is built in such a way that, you know, if you were able to give the player a bottomless pit, you would have done so. And instead you're left with spikes. Okay, a bounce will be fine because it should reset. No, it doesn't. Can I whack this guy? No. Hang on. I want to cancel out of the ground pound then. Ground pound? Cancel. There we go. Okay. I don't know if ground pound cancel was the thing I was supposed to do there, but it looks like it's probably the only way. So hammer was not really necessary, but yeah, thank you for that. I mean, I hope that's a usable playtest in terms of figuring out cheese issues that you would need to take care of when it comes to thinking about using power-ups like this, but thank you for submitting that along. That is part of what we do here. We try to break everything you send me, so... I mean, sometimes we don't try that hard, but we will accidentally break everything you send me. So thank you, Choose Solo, and we'll move on to Dirt Yogurt Hose, aka Mang, who... Well, let's see what you have for me. It's been a while since I've received one from you, and... Those of you who don't know, Mang makes a ton of stuff. I'm sure you must have been over the 100 submission limit by now, and that you've had to delete some things to make room. But this is from back in December, and I definitely have not played it, and it just says Slurp. I see that Jay Murren has the world record on this. Jay Murren records tons of stuff on YouTube, and usually with some pretty good commentary in the comments, so definitely somebody who has kept a very good record of what many good makers have been doing. So here's a Sticky Soda Surfing, about 1.35%, if I'm correct. Yeah. Alright. Concealed location, maybe? No. I was wondering about that. Maybe it is a concealed location. Let's check this. No. Okay. If it's not, then it's going to be something like a weird... some kind of weird momentum thing, probably. Clearly, the Muncher is resting on top of something else. I'm going to check this semi-solid. Aha, you hold up. You hold up. Okay. Yep, it's vines that are buried underneath. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Pretty clear. Except need to build up a little bit of momentum there to get an appropriate jump. Okay. Let's get over here. Nope. Get a slightly better arc, perhaps. Okay. Whoops. That was very needless on my part, but just a little bit late on the up button on my D-pad. Okay. Trying to build up some speed there. I think I do need a little bit more momentum going into that somehow. But I'll see how that works. Don't think I totally understand how to pick up speed there yet when I'm constantly clinging onto things, but we'll have to figure out how to manage that. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, I'll have to puzzle that out for just a moment. It's clear that just doing a standing jump off Klingon Divines are not doing the trick for me. And the thing is, I can't really build speed on the P-meter towards a higher vertical jump just by jumping from Vine to Vine, can I? At least I don't think I can. Okay. So I will need to think about that. Something I'm missing about that location that I will need to learn. And we'll have to see what that is. Let's think about this. Yeah, I think I need to go directly after the bounce. Because the idea should be that build up a certain amount of speed. And while I'm still kind of losing speed on the meter, oops, maybe we'll be able to get some height there, so not sure about that though. No. G Solo, I think you had already sent me Kuba's Family Circus, hadn't you? Or am I thinking of a different level? That's okay, I'll trust you on that, and I'll bring up the code. If you move into vines before jumping, you can jump a bit higher. Interesting. Oh, you mean like sideways, okay. That's something I didn't know, because it didn't seem like it was actually picking up speed, so thank you for that clue. Okay. Oh, whoops. Let's actually get in position to try that properly for once. G Solo, you sent me something with a similar title, okay. And yeah, Alolo30, if you want to use the replace command, the replace command will also change your code. Or probably, whoops, document that in fact. Okay, was a little bit too eager to do Divine Climb there, and I just let go of the up button much too early. Yeah, very cool concept, of course, as always. There we go. Wasn't that hard, you see? Now we have to spring off this thing. Oh, whoops. Misjudged my distance there, but there we go. And pretty obviously based on thwomps below the Muncher stack, I would guess, given that it is based on proximity. Whoops, have to actually hold the up button going into that, and also not drop the Muncher on my own head. That looks like it's going to be a definite risk if I'm not careful. Okay. Over and out. Alright. And like I said, I have to not drop the Muncher on myself. Yeah, I really do love the flexibility of all the things that you can do with hiding elements in poison and lava in this game. I do think that's one of the most significant developments, going from Maker 1 to 2 that perhaps doesn't get talked about enough. Okay, that's just test of whether I know how to change directions quickly enough. And it seems I do. Looks like this... Oh, interesting. Okay, there we go. Don't want to get fooled into thinking that's a pipe or something. So that's an on-off activation of some sort based on a seesaw. If I'm... Oh, no, there's a thwomp... That's related to that as well, I think. Switch activation and a thwomp seesaw. Can't visualize exactly how it's set up, but I think I have the general principle in mind. And here is the same element with a bit of an extra threat. Very kind of you to move that out of my way. I think we actually do need Muncher to come over, and then we'll need to jump up to bounce. No. Not really a Mang level until you see a sideways spring, so... Actually, I'm sure I have played Mang levels with no sideways springs, they just had a lot of bumpers instead. No seesaw involved, okay. Interesting. Oh, I guess it would be based on a block bumping that, maybe. Shuggy to Buggy, thank you for the submission of Learn to Fly. Okay, let's do this again. There we go. Do I need to have that Muncher come over again? I think I do. Okay, let's do this again. Okay, so it looks like I don't actually need a spring, do I? But you need it for style points and for a speed method, I'm sure, because not really a Mang level without it, as I was saying. Oh, I can also just cling onto this location, except I would want to jump on that and miss. Yeah. Of course, if I'm holding the up direction all the way through, that should be a perfectly functional method for approaching this. Oops. You can imagine that somebody who is an experienced troll player would see the down arrow and think, aha, down pipe, and would just dive right into that thing. Luckily, that's not how we do things around here. Whoop. Okay, let's do this again. I'm sure there is a speed method that was available using the springs there, but we're not going to see it, I don't think. There we are. There we go. I get rather close there, but okay. Yeah, of course I want to hit that on the assumption that, oh, okay. I was holding the up button there thinking, I'm sure that's a trick and I can just get past the juice. Oops. That was a very poor estimate on my part. Just been tricked out by the logic of this level. Okay. Let's try this again. And forward. And hey, we actually did it the fast way. For once. Oh, whoops. I was holding up into that, but made a bit of an adjustment at the last minute, and that was not well timed. on my part. Up we go. Yeah, that segment with the sideways springs is actually very satisfying to execute the fast way. Let's see if I can do it. There we go. Very satisfying. That's why you play Mario Maker. For moments like that. Okay, I probably do want to hit this thing, don't I? That looks like bait. That looks like bait. And let's skip it. I'll consider it. Oh, no. Need to hold up out of that, of course, and then we'll have more bouncing. Oh. Hold up, of course. Very rapid scroll from the left side here, indicating something, I'm sure. Holding a little too far to the left, actually. Don't need to hold left, I just need to let that push against me, and so... And I do need to make a leftward adjustment from time to time. When I have room to do so, that's something I hadn't considered. Oops. Okay, there we go. Okay. That seems like the hard route. Which is okay. I mean, we almost got it by accident, so... Yeah, I guess the coins were supposed to realign me there. The bit with the cannonball actually feels very accurate. Surprisingly accurate, in fact. I am kind of curious about the coin room, so I'm going to give that at least a few more attempts before we try to do things the supposedly easy way. Yeah, really satisfying cannonball, in fact. It looks a lot more threatening than it actually is. It is, in fact, quite gentle. I think maybe the falling arc towards the pink coin does require you to bounce directly rather than use the blooper, but not clear on that yet from what I've seen, so... A little early on that this time. Okay. And forward. Whoops. Okay, let's keep going. Nope, didn't get a good bounce off of the blooper there. I kind of backed into it, and that was not a right idea. Okay. Here we go. Closer. Looks like it should be doable with just a blooper, it's just that I need a much better falling arc going into that location. And here we are. Nope. Didn't expect to actually make that landing. And here we are. There we go. Yeah, Mick Lusso, I don't know if you are also playing this yourself, or if you're talking about a different segment. But, whoops. Yeah. There we go. Nope. Thought I would go for the coin that time, and that was not really where I needed to go yet. Well, I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. I don't know if you're also going for the pink coin there. Yeah, this sequence is not actually that hard. It's just that I'm spending quite a few attempts on going for the coin, which is tuned to be somewhat tighter. That's the hard route, but, you know. I always enjoy Meng's bonus screens, which is why I'm going for it. Whoops, forgot to hold up at the end of that. That was the correct arc, of course, but... Well, that was momentarily gratifying for about a second there. Less than a second. But it is a proof of concept that it can be done, so... This means we'll have to try it again and again. Why did I do that? There's no need. That was a falling location, not a rising location. Like I said, proof of concept that it can be done. It's just that now we have to not blow everything else afterwards. If I get it, make sure to turn on comments in a bonus room. Yes, I'll be sure to do that. In case there's artwork. And yeah, there we go. Let's keep going. Okay, there we go. Nope, too high. It can be done, it's just that I need to preserve my position coming out of that. And then survive whatever else is at the end. Yeah, everything else here isn't too hard at all, actually. It's surprisingly generous when it comes to some of the moving parts. Definitely can see why this is between 1 and 2%. Decently forgiving margins. Especially once you just understand the concept. And let's keep going. Okay. Okay, a little bit short that time, but... as long as you keep your head just under the corner that is created by those ice blocks, everything else should fall into place. I am overcompensating slightly. But we'll get it. We'll get it in good time. Yeah, the margin of error is actually pretty comfortable for pretty much everything else in this level. Yeah, need to run out of that, actually. I don't think I should bounce against the spring to the left, but I'm not really sure yet. I have to read that properly. That was the first time seeing that segment, so... Of course, we're going to go for the coin every time now. Given that we can do it. Okay. Yeah, should have jumped around that, for sure. If I'm able to. I mean, if I don't go for the 30 coin, I think I can still survive and get around that spring before we get squished. So, we'll just go back and do that. Nope. I mean, I can definitely do that route, so we will be sticking with it. Maybe not going for the 30 coin, though. I'm very eager to preserve the pink coin. so I don't want to take too many gambles after that if I do acquire it successfully. Yeah, we'll just go there and there. And there we go. A little bit far that time. That's just one of those elements you just have to do until you're comfortable with it. My jump height control is not really the best sometimes, so you need to roll the dice a bit on a segment like that to take advantage of all the other very generous landing zones. There we go. Out we go. That ending is unintentionally trolly, okay. I think the player does have a good chance to get out of there. They're actually paying attention to the wall. Let's take a look at the comments. Display the comments. And what is it going to tell me? Oh wait, you came through the door. Oh, I see. We're just on a... We go up the pipe, of course. First try, gang. Oh ho 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 ho. Yeah, actually, Mang, I did notice that you had the change in hair color sometime since I last played your levels, so I guess it was at least as early as December when you made this one. I don't really know what the tracks are telling me behind the image itself, but... Oh, I see. UW, yeah. Or in sound effects here. Whoa ho 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 ho. Okay. We're not part of the first try gang, but I did enjoy that very much anyway, so thank you for that, Meg. Explicit, welcome back. Glad to see you. So yeah, after that bit of sticky sofa, I believe the next thing is going to be from Dexterity. So let's just punch in that code. Somebody had commented on another stream. I don't know if any of you watch Brad Feelings, who's another Mario Maker streamer, but he has this riff about the sheer preponderance of level codes that end in the letter G. It actually is a disproportionately high occurrence in level codes that once you see it, you just can't really unsee it. That tons of them end in G. That's just how it goes, I guess. The cursed TV world. You are trapped inside the TV world. 4 trials must be completed to escape. This sounds familiar for some reason. I don't know if... Well, this is from December, so no, I wouldn't have played it on stream, definitely, because I was off from October until a week ago, but it reminds me of something. Some other TV-themed level, perhaps, unless I saw an earlier draft. And yeah, Geo Solo, I agree. Brad Feelings is a lot of fun to watch. And Mang, thank you for Stump Jump Castle. Okay, so here's a TV. And okay, so we have 4 segments that are, or rather we have 4 POWs signaling 4 segments designated by one-way panels. I guess we'll just do each of them, and there will be some kind of repeatable checkpoint dropping us through the middle. So let's just do it in order. Bottom left first. Ah, cursed key, okay. Let's dodge the Phanto over here. It looks like we'll just do things this way. Light it up. That's why it's a cursed TV. What? And then you just have to watch the lighting from here. Alright, let's redo this one. Yeah, very kind of Phanto to light things up for us from time to time. And other than that, it's just a matter of not getting spiked by POWs that are falling towards our head from the ceiling. Whoops. I don't know why I've been late on my high bounces today, but I've been slightly late on a button on so many of them, and it may just be, you know, adjustment to playing this game again. Okay. Back we go. Whoops. Okay, getting a little impatient with content we have seen. Let's get some of those silly deaths out of our system. Get back to playing properly. It is going to be a cursed key in every segment, so it's just a matter of surviving the dark level until the appropriate door, and we'll just do it all from there. Okay. Let's maybe drag him down first before we get too ambitious. Yep, there we go. Just have to be a little bit patient sometimes when it comes to repositioning the enemy. There we go. Yeah. Difficult to make a dark concept work much of the time, but I think the visibility here is pretty decent. So, no complaints there. There we go. And that's fairly straightforward, and yet, indeed, it is going to be multi-checkpoint based on an on-off state as the gating mechanism. And here's the final door by the looks of it. No safety coin, but given that nothing's going to kill you after the last coin collection, I think that's probably okay, unless you really go out of your way to, you know, skip the door or something. Whoops. Yeah, because if you wanted to deliberately fail this level, I guess you could always collect all 4 of the coins and then spend your key on... I wanted to say one of the other key doors, but I guess not, because you are forced to pick up the cursed key every time you enter a segment. So... Only thing is, as with many multi-checkpoint levels, sometimes you do kind of depend on the player to remember where they've been. Not too much of a problem with this one, given that you only have 4 segments that are fairly easy to delineate. But that's always something I think about when it comes to testing these multi-checkpoint setups, is, you know, how much of this is reliant on a player's memory. But given how visually distinct a lot of these segments are, again, I don't think that's a problem. So let's head back up. And dodge this guy. Be mindful of the fast conveyor. I did not sufficiently compensate for the fact that it's a fast conveyor. Well, we'll just do it until we get it. Okay, gotta build up some speed against the fast conveyor, as always. Oh. Was trying to dodge Phanto at the last moment there, and we cut a little too much momentum since I couldn't quite see where I was going off screen. That's just the nature of a challenge like that, I think. So, let's... whoops. Let's not get too antsy here as we try to make this work. Okay. And yeah, kind of a very near thing when it comes to momentum here. Let's wait for Phanto. Yeah, once again, just misjudged my falling arc. Also notice that in that position, I'll be landing on a fast-moving conveyor pointing to the right, and so really do need to commit to that landing at all costs. It's okay, pretty manageable once you see it, and as we can see from the first segment, the length of each of these obstacles is pretty manageable. Oops, just need to make sure we take advantage of the opportunity to dodge Phanto while we feel like we are in control of our position. That's something that won't always be the case. And so yeah, on we go. Okay. That's okay, just requires some improvisational play sometimes, I think. Notice also the pall of silence on this level, with the soundtrack cutting immediately upon entry. It should just be the silence effect attached to Mario, actually. That's the likeliest implementation here. Kind of like the moving lighting system of the POWs on the tracks. Everything is still fairly visible, but it allows you to conserve entity space while lighting up the entire platform. So it does give you a very clear visual indication of where the conveyor is going to be, but without running into issues of how many elements you're using to make that happen. So definitely see there was a lot of thought given to the lighting system here, given that I think, you know, dark levels as a format are sometimes a little bit underdeveloped, I think, in terms of the methods people bring to make them work well and make them fair. So it's always nice to see what kind of solutions people come up with to get some visibility back in the picture. Let's duck a bit. Yeah, just being overly cautious around some of the corners. But it looks like we're almost at the end of that element, so... Whoops. Not enough of an adjustment there to compensate for the double speed. But that's something we'll just have to nail with practice. Okay, let's let Phanto come along just to get him out of the way. Just to make sure we have control over his position. Nope. I'd have knew that was coming, but I should have let up on the conveyor a bit just to let him pass. Yeah, pretty manageable. We've just had some bad attempts from player error. Yeah, the nice thing about obstacle design like this is that you can kind of strategize around it. Like, you can make up for poor technique by better planning, and I always appreciate that because I'm not really a technically precise player, but when you can actually think your way around how to make something easier for yourself, that shows you that the level is giving you something to play with mentally. You know, something to interact with as a problem to solve, and I always like that problem-solving element of platforming, even when it's, you know, strictly platforming and not a puzzle or something. When it's about developing reliable techniques for obstacles that initially seem to be a little bit out of your control. And okay, here we go. And let's just reposition him to the right side. That'll give me a bit more room to work with here. Reposition them that way. And through we go. Okay, 2 more to go. Pretty good so far. Very distinctive styles of obstacles we've seen so far as well. But yeah, if you grab the key and you miss the final key door and you just drop in through here, there's just no helping you as a player. You are just kind of punished for bringing that upon yourself as somebody foolish who tries that sort of thing. And very often I have this strong temptation to try that sort of thing just to see what happens and just to demonstrate what can go wrong. But in this case, I'll just remember to go through the key door at the end. And hello, NetCatX, I should say. Hope you are doing well. Okay. I should actually ride out the track for a bit while I reposition Fanto. In circumstances like that, I should not be trying to race him at the same time as navigating these obstacles. And yeah, as Dexterity was saying, 2 more segments to go out of this 4-segment dark level. Fanto controlling a lot of space. On that intersection, it seemed like that was actually pretty carefully tuned to be dangerous. As a maker, sometimes when you have a lot of these moving platforms, and a lot of segments where the player doesn't have much control over timing, you can get a surprising amount of precision off of these screen-based elements like Fanto or Angry Sun and so on, in terms of having them arrive at locations that are reliably inconvenient. Set up to be right in your face, like right there. He's just going to be in my face every time. And he's going to be in my face there pretty consistently as well, unless I give Fanto a chance to move out of position. Don't know how blind friendly that is, but it is something that once again rewards a little bit of forethought and strategy. One issue there is, I guess the ceiling corner is lit up by the POW, but it can be a little bit difficult to distinguish that corner on that jump off of the Blue Skull platform. But no, I can see that it is visually indicated. You can see the POW light up where the ceiling is going to be. But when you haven't seen what kind of jump is coming, that can be initially a bit of a tough read. But we'll see. We'll see. It's probably manageable if I'm actually paying attention to what I'm doing. Whoops. And thank you for the submission of Raging Roy's Flaming Fortress. Hoping to get that before too long. We'll have to play through this a little more accurately first, of course. And yeah, here we go. Yeah, I keep forgetting about that spike corner. It is, once again, lit up by the POWs, but it's also just a matter of anticipating that when you're on a very fast-moving surface. So, we'll just get back there and see if we can do any better. No. It's just my reaction to getting on the platform that's poor. Also, I think because it's moving to the right fast enough that I don't really know what my landing location will be. I mean, I know now that I've seen it a few times. I'm just doing it poorly. Whoops. But yeah, it looks like you just need to jump in that gap in the lighting, and I should be aiming for the dark patch. a little crack of darkness there. Which doesn't always stay dark because of Phanto's movement as well as my movement, so that will just require a little bit of practice. I think just because of the speed at which you are moving left to right, that is a little more challenging in terms of visibility than the obstacles earlier, but as you can see, the key door is to the right of that segment, and we are very close to finishing up with this. So very few jumps to work with here, but you can see why this segment feels a bit shorter than the others, and why it's appropriate for that to be so, just given how difficult the spot that last jump can be. But that's okay. We know it's there, we know what the spacing is supposed to be, it's just a matter at this time of not clipping ourselves on every corner along the way. Okay. Down and up. Yeah. I don't like that method. Don't like Phanto's positioning there. I feel like maybe I should wait a bit longer before I go to the skull, but I don't have a good method worked out yet for that segment, obviously, or I would have passed it by now. So we'll just see what else we can do to clean that up properly. On we go. And yeah, down, up. Totally disobeyed my own advice about giving Phanto the chance to swing back a little bit, but maybe that jump is safer than I'm making it look. We'll just have to practice it and see. Okay, forward. And yeah, sometimes he really does swing back right away. It's a little bit difficult to guess, but I think it's just due to some very minor fluctuation in my timing. Like I was saying earlier, the spacing in this segment is designed such that Phanto's location is very reliably inconvenient. And that's something that, you know, from a design perspective does take work. It is something that I can appreciate as a thing that was tested in terms of difficulty. Alright, let's get out of his way, and yeah, you see how he swings back like that, but that time he was safely out of position, and you can see what a huge difference that makes right away. Seems like there was something probably to the right of that door there, but I did not bother to check. Maybe it was just a few extra tiles of space for the sake of symmetry. And for the sake of making things look prettier. So, here we go, top segment, and that's going to be the final part as soon as we don't trap ourselves that way. Interesting that you see the spikes here. Oh, I see. It's probably... I'm thinking about that, like why you would have the spikes in this location given the flow of the level. I guess it's because you don't want the player to be trapped in a segment they've already done once. You want them to have the opportunity to exit immediately. They have respawned with few segments previously completed. So, okay, I can see why you would have a spike there as a reset point. I did, of course, just accidentally blunder into it. Because that's the way we play, apparently. Yeah. Nope. That was one of those deaths I could see coming. I just... nope. You see, that's why we take it. And, okay. The correct segment this time, if we actually take the time to not get Mario's head sawn in half. This would be really quite gory if saw blades and spikes and so on behaved the way that they should when they make contact, I'm sure. There's already some kind of video or animation that somebody has made to that effect. All the hideous things that can happen to Mario, you know. Like when he gets hit by spike balls and so on. When he gets fried by Mecha Koopa electricity. And especially when he gets sawn in half. Very dangerous. But, you know, going to keep it reasonably family-friendly here when it comes to how failure looks, even with all of these hazardous obstacles. Keep us company. That's, of course, thrown off some kind of timing at this point, I'm sure. Down we go. Oh! No. Okay. That I did not see coming. I guess I wasn't quite reading accurately how the semi-solids were blending into ground blocks into that location on the right where we are now obviously supposed to go. But yeah, did not expect a deadly landing that time. But that's really one of the less common moments in this level, though, where visibility was at least momentarily a concern. As you can see, we are through, so... Okay, let's remember that pep talk we had earlier and actually remember to go through this door. Do not jump. Okay, music segment. Let's rock out. And I guess the do not jump is just for the sake of Phanto positioning, unless there's some kind of jump detection that... Yeah, I guess it would be to keep Phanto's positioning reliable, because of the way that inputs there would potentially create some issues. But yeah, nice little finale there in the Cursed TV world. Thank you for that. Dexterity. Okay, Alolo30, please check in if you are still around. I don't think they are. I don't see Alolo in chat, but I'll just give you a moment to respond in case Twitch has a laggy indication. Just to give people a preview, if we skip Alolo, Bon Jovi will be next. Okay, Bon Jovi, if you're able to check in, we'll skip directly to you. It seems like we have no Alolo. I did see Bon Jovi in the chat list, but do check in. It seemed like you were here not long ago. Since Bon Jovi is actually in the chat list, we'll probably just bump you back a spot if you don't indicate your presence and get to Mika Closo, who may or may not be here. Let's tap next first, just to make sure we get the pings in. And yeah, Netcat X, it just means you have good taste in viewer level streams, I guess. Because Der Yogurt Hose, aka Mang, definitely has a very good sense of what sort of playtesters to recruit. Okay, no Bon Jovi by the looks of it, so we will skip one spot just for the moment because the chat indicator disagrees with me. We'll do one quick call for Mick Closo. Failing that, we will... yeah, I know we've been taking long on some of these levels, so, you know, we'll thin out the field a little bit, but Mick Closo is here, and so we'll punch in 501D, D72. And by the way, if you would like your name pronounced differently, now would be a good time to tell me as well. It's hell. Quicksand. Go fast or get left behind to the tune of 1%. Oh, okay, Alpha Rad. So, I assume you're not actually Alpha Rad yourself. I know who Alpha Rad is, having played a big troll level by him at some point, I think, but... that's okay, happy to take a look. Very popular level. Okay, you just want hell. Well, let's see that. Key and then up to the door, okay. Okay. Probably high jump. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. I think we actually do need the first POW to drop the second POW. And... whoops. Yeah, I don't know how I missed the wall jump there. Yeah, something about my button timing has been off today, as I said, with some of the bounces earlier, and I'm noticing it with the wall jumps now as well. It's not input lag, it's just something to do with me, I think. Whoops. Okay. And there was a cross pad there. Oh yeah, no, it's just telling you to go left immediately upon exiting the door. That was not clear to me. Oh, Alola, welcome back. Alola, yeah, we got a bit of a skip on you earlier since you were not present. But thank you for coming back. It's alright, I know it's fairly normal for people submitting to kind of be ducking in and out of multiple streams. And I do expect that. Just be aware when you are called over here. Whoops. Why am I missing that? That's... oh, because I'm just late off the conveyor. That's all there is to it. And wall jumping back into the gap, which is a bad idea. Whoops. Let's not do that. Okay. Whoops, missed. And then a hold left, yeah. I don't know if Alpha Red just has a really huge presence on some platform like YouTube or what, but... I mean, these are not bad levels, but they do baffle me a bit with their extreme popularity. Because it's not obviously the kind of thing that would be a massive hit. I'll jump off to the side. But then, Mario Maker's audiences are large enough and splintered enough that, you know, there are communities within communities that really do sustain their leading figures, I guess. But I haven't interacted much with Alpha Rad circles directly, apart from just seeing some of these levels submitted to me from time to time. Okay. It was not too late, not too early. Makes videos on YouTube. I'm Pretty sure. I would assume it's one of those big YouTubers. I don't pay much attention to Mario Maker YouTube anymore, and that's partly because when I started streaming, I just no longer had the time to pay much attention to platforms other than Twitch. Okay, checkpoint flag right there. I was on top of a slope there and should have just stopped to get a nice controlled jump, but... Whoops. In Heriberto. Or, if you have a correction to that, do correct me, but thank you for Between Sky and Snow is Fun. And thank you for the follow. Yeah. Yeah, but even in Mario Maker 1, there definitely there's some really prominent content creators that can have a bit of an outsider's presence. Okay. No, we don't want the high jump there. Oh, I was going to stop the spin first before I did that, but I had already done the spin, and so that was a mistake. Yeah, I guess the opening here is just a test to see if you know that method. I know at launch a lot of people didn't, and so you would have all kinds of 3D World cheese in the first month of the game from people who had not tested their 3D World levels against the possibility of doing the high jump. Now it seems like it's become a bit more of an expectation when it comes to the methods that you just safely assume a player will know. Whoops. D-pad accident over there. And Julian, Mr. Hello, hello. I hope you are doing well. Having a good morning. Good to see you as always. Yeah, Julian, I mean, I've been streaming a lot this week. It will, in the long term, not be this frequent. I've been unusually frequent this week because I have been playing Ori and the Blind Forest on some extra streams. So I won't always be doing the extra single-player streams, but it's nice to have an extra game in there that will hopefully remain interesting to people who are mostly here for Mario Maker. And yeah, Ori's been a ton of fun so far. We're not very far, but... Sorry, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, not Blind Forest. I played Blind Forest years ago. 2 years ago. But yeah, we've been playing Ori and the Will of the Wisps on the off-stream, as well as some Scrabble. Because... yeah, streaming some games of Scrabble with really advanced tournament-level players has been kind of an interesting experience in its own right. It's a very new scene when it comes to streaming, but a lot of really tough opponents are picking that up, so... But Mario Maker is still our main program, and will remain so for the foreseeable future. There we go. Wall jump. Whoops. And Der Yogurt Hose, that game with the fake words? Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Oh, whoops. Taking off a bit early there. This is not a hard segment. We're just being sloppy. But here we go. And it's supposedly 1%, but given that it's actually reached quite a sizable audience, past a certain level of popularity, difficulty statistics gets thrown off a bit, I think. So it actually feels much easier than a 1% level, and I think that's as expected. Just some occasional precision checks like that one, which are there, I guess. And yeah, we'll just need to not get thrown off by little tricksy segments like that. Or that. Death to Spies, welcome. Thank you for back in the 90s. Your latest contribution to Team Music. Always a treat to have a Death to Spies music level, so looking forward to that and seeing which 90s tunes I am unable to recognize. And, you know, I say that I don't know much 90s music, but there was somebody in my chat the other day who was quoting Love Fool by the Cardigans in chat, and it has been in my head ever since. It's actually one of the few things I know from 90s, I guess, but it's actually a surprisingly well put together tune, compositionally speaking. But anyway, who knows what else you brought back from the 90s. Let's get the key first of all before Auto-Scroll decides to kill us. So hopefully we will get that far in the queue. I don't know how much longer I will be taking submissions. I'll actually be closing up fairly soon because I don't know how long I can run tonight. I used to run really lengthy viewer level streams, but nowadays I may have to cut off much earlier, so I will probably make this last call soon and close up the queue by the time we're at the end of this one here. Okay, just having a bit of trouble getting the high bounce off of the springs and just timing when we're going to make contact. Okay. Nope. Should have known better than to do that. Probably just could have gone for a wall jump there, to be honest, but I do think doing a 3-bullet sequence is the intended pattern if you look at the spacing as well as the coins. So yeah, Mick Closo, who submitted to this level by Alpha Red, had described it as hell. It's not really hell at this point. It might be one of the upper circles of heck at best. But I say that, of course, as I crash against that bullet bill. And Natcat, yeah, I try to change up the stream title when I can, and Beautiful Joe is really one of my favorite games, actually. It might be my favorite thing to have come out of Capcom. I feel like there's a lot of its magic that has not really been recaptured, even by games like Bayonetta in 3D. And I do like Bayonetta, but, you know, something about the side-scrolling format in Beautiful Joe just sits much better with me. And it's something that I think is still underexplored, like that kind of combo fighter in 2D. Like, you don't see that many games that are that accomplished in that space, but well, Henshin a go-go, as they say. Yeah, we'll just need to time this a little better and maybe follow the arrows for once. Now, Mick Closo, since this is not your own creation, I won't necessarily play it all the way through to the finish. If we are staring down a fairly lengthy queue. Yeah, Natcat X, Beautiful Joe is fantastic. It's beautifully designed. Beautifully designed. Nope, bad idea. Okay, we'll see. Just need to roll the dice a bit on this one, I think, and until we get a decent set of bounces, decent first bounce off the spring. Yeah. The issue there is that I'm not consistently landing that first takeoff. We'll just need to do something about that. Okay. Nope. Trying to reposition myself so I can twirl. I mean, I do have to remind myself often that the twirl in the 3D world style doesn't give you nearly as generous lift or repositioning as in New Soup. Also noticed the top right corner in that segment there. That you have that one tile of space that looks awfully suspicious. One tile of space over to the right side, you see what I'm saying? I think it's probably mostly there just to break the scroll stop, to be honest. But scrolling persists. Takes you up and up. Okay. Okay, trying to wall jump out of that is not the solution. Maybe I do need to hit the first bullet. I don't know. It is a bit unreliable, that area. But I think everything else up to this point was pretty manageable, and so given the clear rate on this, I think, you know, once I pass that element, it's just one of those roadblocks directly after the checkpoint, and if we can get this down, things should fall fairly quickly. I would hope. But in we go. And we'll see what we can do. Not quite enough lift to do that. Once again, I don't want to be over-reliant on the twirl in 3D World here. Did kind of throw me off when I played Bowser's Fury on stream about a week ago, that a lot of the mechanics that are in the Maker representation of 3D World weren't there. I did play 3D World quite some time ago. When it first came out, I did do it all the way to 100%, in co-op, in fact. But in many ways, I've played enough Mario Maker at this point that Maker mechanics have started to overwrite my memory of the actual mechanics in the original games. It's very noticeable if you go back to something like Super Mario World and begin to notice that, you know, certain things like collisions and power-up logic and such are actually vastly different from what they are here. Nope. Nope, not quite. Looks like you are to grab every key, and Erebaroto, thank you for the shave and a haircut. Right, because a shave and a haircut, 2 bits. Oh. Not quite. And up we go. Yeah, that method is not going to work, but there we go. Nope, not quite. Do need probably a high jump going into that wall if I can angle that correctly, but make some progress finally. Nope, accidentally grabbed that trampoline from having the run button pressed. Yeah, it does often feel like with segments like these, it's just a matter of waiting for a favorable draw. Nope. Okay, up we go. And hey, Reeboks. Oh, 3D World and Bowser's Fury have been going well for you. I know you've been working on some speedrunning. And yeah, I hope you've been enjoying that over on your end. Okay. Let's see what we can do about this. Nope. I think on the one attempt that was successful at grabbing keys, I did sneak in a wall jump there for repositioning purposes, but... no. Seems like this is just one segment that's a bit of a grind until you draw what you need. Whoops. Well, we'll see what we can do with it. Nope. Well, that's not going to help. Probably should have just tossed it so we would remain capable of wall jumping. Oh, I see. It's the bullet hitting the trampoline that I'm often failing to account for. In terms of losing access to it. I mean, I had seen that happen a few times already, and I was just not planning around it. No. Okay. Let's go back in here. Yeah, as far as a roadblock goes, I mean, you know, it is directly after a checkpoint. I do think that just because of the lack of reliability, it's not really the most interesting challenge, but we'll just crash against it a little bit more before we decide to put it away. That was the right idea. I actually just let up on the second jump a little bit early. And we'll just give that another bounce, I suppose. Nope. Once again, not accurately landing the bounce I want, but when you have a spring stack like that, it is a little bit difficult to estimate contact timing in terms of getting the high bounce. Could be that I'm just not supposed to bounce at all and just ride out the lower bullet if I'm able to. But maybe. I mean, I should be looking at methods to make this more reliable. And one way to make it more reliable is to just not engage with the trampoline bounce at all and just go directly for a bullet bounce. Because then at least that's a result you can consistently reproduce. Yeah, Reeboks, this is actually a submission of an Alpha Rad level, so it's not even a level by one of my viewers. I actually find that when I get viewer levels, generally I'm quite pleased with the quality I see on this stream. I do point this out regularly for people who come here often, that as somebody who watches a lot of other viewer level streams as well and has submitted to them in the past, I do find that the submissions I get here are above average on a populational scale. I'm generally pleased about that, and part of that is because I have good makers who come here. I mean, you can just don't get that result unless you have good makers who decide to stay. But yeah, I'm going to call this one pretty soon, though, simply because it isn't like a playtesting submission so much. It's just Mikloso deciding to give me some heck. Not even hell, just heck. But we'll just push our way through this. See if I can... Okay, not quite... Yeah, that felt like it was close to something, that method right there. Seems like it was approximating some solution, but... Okay. And thank you for the follow. From Biggie Swalls. Yeah, thank you, Biggie Swalls, for Secret of the Keep. I don't know if I'll get that far in the queue with the time I have remaining, but I will try. You never know how many people will drop out ahead of you, so... I am at this point going to close the queue, though, so thank you for that. Oh, Tempest Funk. No, I'm going to reopen for Tempest Funk. One moment. Let me just... I don't know if I'll get to it, but let me just reopen for you. And then we'll reclose. Like I said, I don't know if I will get that far. But thank you for the music level that you said you were working on. I assume that's the one anyway. And yeah, let me see how long I've been on this one, since it's... not really... Okay, we've been on for almost half an hour, so let me see if I can get this done with an additional attempt or two, and then we'll probably drop this one. And Biggie Swalls, somebody recommended me as... Yeah, time investments are okay. I don't necessarily finish them on a viewer level stream, but I do like long levels. And what I do sometimes is I'll run an extra stream that's just to clean up unfinished levels from viewer levels, and also to look over some codes that are particularly long. If I don't get to you tonight, you can also drop the code in the Discord. Whoops, let me type that in accurately. Well, I'm not playing the level at the same time. And when I do a session that's, you know, for levels that take quite some time to get through, I might be able to do that in one segment. But I don't know if I'll be able to run one of those sessions this week, just due to an existing conflict, but I do try to fit that in regularly, so I'm sure whoever recommended me to you knew what they were talking about. Always good to have some people come here by word of mouth. Alright. This is honestly not that interesting. But thank you for the submission, Mikloso. I think everything was pretty manageable up to that point. Let's see. Main segment here, yeah. There's some stuff at the end when you come out of the pipe in the subworld. Whoops. Let's just move on. I think some of the stuff that people have sent me from Alpha Red sometimes can be a bit of a mixed bag. Like, you know, some of the platforming is pretty competent, but I see better from my viewers directly, so. Bon Jovi, this is your second call. Please check in, or you will get bumped out. And I'd better change my stream title to reflect the fact that we are closed for the time being. Just give me 1 second to do that while I see if Bon Jovi checks in. Okay, let's remove. Thank you for the follow, NetCatX. Chew Solo, please check in if you want me to look at your second submission of the day. I don't know if you are still here. If not, we will remove, since I don't see you on the chat list. So yeah, we'll hopefully clean out some of the list and get back to people who are in fact here. I know I took a little bit long on the last one. But for those of you new here, I don't really tend to enforce a strict time limit when it comes to levels. I'm not somebody who keeps things on a 15 to 20 minute clock. And that's because, you know, sometimes we'll get a mix of short and long submissions, and there are levels that need time and effort to shine properly. And then there are some that just kind of toss you around on a stack of trampolines for a while and kind of lull you into the sunk cost fallacy with their checkpoint placement. Chuggy the Buggy, are you here? Chuggy the Buggy, please check in. And oh, Chew Solo, sorry about that. Chew Solo, we will do yours. Then I do have your code up above. So yeah, we'll punch in Chew Solo's code. Just one moment while I remove Chuggy the Buggy. I'll punch in what Chew Solo sent me earlier, which is still very visible in the chat. So it just won't be reflected in the bot. That's okay. Here's Koopa's Family Circus. Don't know how many of you are familiar with that old syndicated newspaper comic, Family Circus. Frankly, most Mario Maker levels are funnier. But the Koopa's family awaits your arrival in this puzzle. X or cross platforming circus. Actually, I hadn't thought about Family Circus in years and years and years. It was not very good. Shell jump? Oh, whoops. Probably a shell jump. Yeah, that'll take some practice, but we'll do it. The only thing good about Family Circus is those dumb dotted line things. Yeah, I remember those, and I agree. Oh hey, 50% success rate on that shell jump. That's unusual for me. And looks like we want to get some spring momentum, and then... oh no, we'll just let him come back. Unless he's going to wrap all the way around a ceiling, in which case let's reset. And let's not die, because my shell jump success rate is not actually that good. So getting one on the second try is unusual for me. Okay, looks like we need to put this on. Make it past its swamps. Okay, and that'll peel it. Yeah, we can do that too. That'll get peeled as well. And it looks like you're just giving each of the shells individually a bit of a spin, but okay. We'll see what lies beyond the checkpoint. Up throw, really. So I'm gonna switch there. Wait a minute. Let's respawn that. Wait a minute. Now we have a helmet and access to a shell, if I am not mistaken. Yes, okay. I don't know if that's something you tested against, but that's the kind of thing worth checking immediately. Should I jump around this guy? Huh, okay. Don't know what you are doing here, but we'll take it. I see, I shouldn't have killed it. However, we will just come back. Looks like we will eventually need to be big or just hit a P-switch, actually, to get through the other side. Okay, looks like that will be maybe a shell jump location. Except... what's going on here? Ah, I see. Right, that's why we needed to activate that. Not really clear that that is what we need to do at the start, but let's just take it. Yeah, sometimes you do kind of want that to be visible. Oh, Z. Okay. Read that indicator a little bit late. I guess we'll start from the checkpoint. And yeah, I know I could up throw and hit that stuff first before I put on the shell, but who wants to do that? Especially when I can just use this shell for shell jumping, I think, even without dealing with Koopa, as long as I don't inadvertently kill the Koopa. Kind of wonder if it is possible to jump up from the swamp, but no, let's not try it. Okay. Nope. Mistake. But we'll hang on. As long as we don't get hit, we can afford to have a bit of trial and error here. I'd need to jump higher, obviously. There we go. Okay. And, okay, it'll be a spin jump at the end of that segment. Let's... at the end of the segment with the on-off switch. Yeah, sometimes the player's readability is not going to be the readability you have in the editor, just given the camera positioning. It's just something to be aware of when you're designing obstacles like this. Ah, so much for that. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a spin jump sequence on the blue spike top until it takes us all the way over to the right side. So, let's just run this again. And see what else we can do. Okay. I know I don't technically need all of these blocks, but I'd rather be safe. I did that again. There we go. And over. Okay. Nope, miss. Yeah, I think it's one of those cases where by the time I see it as Ed, I might have jumped already, at least on a blind read. Now I'm just missing, and that's very much my fault, but... it's okay. We're navigating this. We'll get it eventually. Okay. Here. I am getting an unusual number of these shell jumps down. Considering how long I've been away from the game as well. I mean, these are the first shell jumps I've done in a few months. Because last week when I resumed Mario Maker streaming, I didn't really get anything Kaizo-like or even Kaizo-light. After the spiny section, there is a checkpoint. Okay, good to know. Okay. I mean, I guess you don't have to cover too much height with these shell jumps, so They're easier than usual, partly because the height requirement is not that strict. Okay. I missed. Overcompensating for the fact that last time I just missed. Okay. Here we go again. And we'll just do this sequence. Nope. Okay. And back over. I have to let up on the dash every time I come into the dry bones shell because otherwise things can happen. Oh, whoops. Late on the jump, that was embarrassing. But these things happen. Okay. Oh, oops. Almost forgot to put that on there. That would have been disastrous. Okay, here we go. And down. Actually, kind of nice for this level to start with a shell jump, just to say, if you don't know how to shell jump, you're not beating this. It's nice to make that clear right from the start, and not surprise the player with it much later. Whoops. Thought I had a little more time to get off of that location, but it seems not. And that's okay. This is fairly manageable as long as I just land accurately out of the on-off switch activation. This is not actually really too hard. Okay. Up we go. And let's go down. And yeah, just need to watch our head. Oh, oops. And our sides as well. Yeah, Tempest Funk, I can see why Nintendo is extremely reluctant to adopt any kind of community terminology, unfortunately. That everything is, I think, adhering to a style guide that is comprehensible to people who don't read anything other than the in-game documentation, if that. It seems to be the case with Nintendo for a lot of things, actually. Okay, we no longer have to shell jump to peel off in the segment where we acquired a dry bone shell, so that was a lost attempt for sure. Might as well do it the previous way and grab a second buzzy shell, but I've been impatient with this lately and also maybe a bit overconfident in my ability to land shell jumps. But yeah, I think anything that's task-specific when it comes to clear checks is just begging for exploitation, though. Like, there's a lot of crap that you can do with, whoops, you know, clear check stipulations. Considering that they never really even got pink coin logic sorted out, which in a way it was okay because it just led us to develop as a community all kinds of fancy pink coin contraptions and indeed puzzles. But here we go. Alright. Starting to drift a bit of my shell jump accuracy. But we hopefully have to clean up now. Whoops. And yeah, so I'm not concerned about my ability to do it, it's just my ability to do it consistently, so. And yeah, I've never seen Nintendo embrace community terminology with pretty much any of their games, except for the one time that Reggie Fils-Aimé was promoting some Smash thing and said, like, no Johns. Whatever. I don't really know my Smash lingo, I just know that was probably the first time I heard it. Again, they don't really tend to do that with anything. Otherwise, you would see quite a great deal more granularity in the tags. Like, they would never acknowledge that there is such a thing as a troll level, much less a Kaizo level, you know? Even though, as a community, we have a very clear idea, for all of its diversity, of what a troll level is. And it's very easy to forget that to people who are not really plugged into Mario Maker circles, that kind of thing is just jargon. Yeah, should be able to get it as long as we're careful. Here we go. And up we go. And we'll ride it out before that bounces. There's a checkpoint. And when will Nintendo acknowledge the Boo set? I don't know if you mean Bowset or if there actually is like a Boo variant of that now. Honestly, I'm not too much of a fan, but... Yeah, it is challenging to think about Nintendo acknowledging community stuff generally. I mean, I guess there was a time that Mecha Bowzilla showed up in the trailer for Mario Maker 2. I think if you go to Calvix's channel, somebody actually did manage to clip that. It's a reaction to seeing their variant of Mecha Bowzilla, and the funny thing is that it was actually a variant of the original Mecha Bowzilla design, because there's a bunch of stuff with tile placement that, as Mario Maker 1 vets know, you can't actually do with Mario Maker 2 when it comes to tile centering and so on. Oh, didn't expect that. That's actually kind of an interesting element. I had plenty of time to read what was going on, I just didn't understand it in time. I wonder how reliable that timing is when it comes to the spike top being carried from one thwomp to the next. Seems surprisingly accurate. Okay. This is cool. Kind of like that element. Whoops. A bit of a mistake there. Don't know about that door there. If that's just a reset or... Yeah, that's definitely a reset. And Nintendo has acknowledged music in auto levels. Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, they did... I'm trying to remember what the tags were like at launch in Mario Maker 1. Were there tags at launch in Mario Maker 1? I don't even remember. I know there were by the time that the bookmark site came out. I think the tags were introduced with the bookmark site, if I remember correctly, because there definitely wasn't as much of a search function back in 2015. But one of the Mario Maker 1 vets can jog my memory with that. But oh, look at that. No spike top this time, I guess. Yeah, that's why we have to reset. It's because the spike top transfer is not, in fact, reliable. And I guess the reason you put in the reset door was to hedge against it not loading. That's too bad. I was hoping it would actually be consistent, but I didn't see how you would make it so. And transferring to Spike Top is the point of doing that loop to begin with. Otherwise, you could just jump directly up to the spring and a reset door anyway. So the whole point is to transfer. It's a good idea, but sometimes I think that if a mechanism is unreliable, that's just putting in a reset to kind of let the player escape from that doesn't actually solve the problem, right? Like, it's better to just have reliable mechanisms as often as you can manage it. I mean, I think this is a cool idea, but it needs to work. So, and yeah, that's just going to miss. Yeah, because you absolutely need the transfer, for sure. Yeah, it really should be forced to work, somehow. And there are ways to do it. Like, I can see immediately that the issue here with reliability is that, depending on how the player is bouncing, you don't know about the activation of the second thwomp. Like, you don't really have a precise idea of if or how that is going to happen. Ah, yes, okay, now that's going to come up. Here we go. Yeah, the ideas are cool. Things are just in need of a bit of cleanup, I think, but... But I think the general concept of this level is pretty enjoyable. So, thank you for that, Chew Solo. It's just a matter of, you know, really committing to bug fixing. And it's painful work, often, to take care of these extreme edge cases. And like, but it's always worth it, you know, because I find that whenever you have any kind of jank like that, even if it's a low probability event, as soon as you send it around to streamers, you're going to see people break it pretty much right away. And it's best to really put in that extra mile to get it fixed. But thank you for that. I did enjoy the sequence of platforming itself. Oh yeah, I already asked that code. What if the first thwomp picked up the spike top while it was already moving? Maybe. I'll have to think about that, because it seemed like the spike top was kind of controlled there by the sort of unloading that you have from the switch of the on-off state. And of course, that's something that could easily be displaced to something slightly earlier in the level, like when it comes to gating the on-off state in a reliable fashion. But I had that issue with the Vine segment as well, that the way you release the spike top is slightly dependent on the timing of activating an on-off switch, and that causes issues. This is a really popular level by Mang, even more so than usual. Stump Jump Castle. 2.38%. Can you defeat Bowser? Please help me defeat Bowser. I need help. THX 1138. And so yeah, Netcat X, Der Joker Hose is Mang. So, the artist also known as Mang. Okay, so here's Mecha Koopa with a hat. And so Netcat X, I don't know if you've seen or played this one already. Ah, whoops. Nope, too ambitious there. Really needed to wait for an appropriate cycle. Love the little castle power pet out front. The start of the level. One thing that I do assume sometimes with levels like this is that they are tuned to make the speedy method possible. And I think this one definitely is. It's a Mang Bounce. And, well, I mentally refer to that as a Mang Bounce anyway, just given the number of times I've had to deal with the sideways spring or bumper projectiles as a mechanic. In Super Expert Popular, okay, that would definitely explain it. It's a fun one, for sure. Except I'm missing the jump block. Okay, yeah. I just took a moment to read what my target was supposed to be, but it is clearly supposed to be the jump block, or the note block. Speaking of Nintendo terminology, it took me a while to track down when it was that they switched from referring to the white blocks with the 8th note inside of it as a note block rather than a jump block, because I always called it a jump block, and it turns out that this was justified because it was called a jump block back in all the documentation for Super Mario 3. And I think it was only with the Super Mario Advance ports in the early 2000s that they started to refer to it as a note block, or a music block, I guess. One of the two. I'm pretty sure the editor voice in Mario Maker calls it a note block, but I just call it a jump block anyway. Now, I have seen the Wiggler mechanic in another Mang level, but we're going to do the wraparound. Nice. Very visible, actually. Just flubbed the final bounce out of that. Yeah, I know you've made levels without the sideways action, but it's just something I associate with so many of your levels that I think of that as the Mang Bounce. No, I've definitely played a lot of your older things that were more about things like Thwomp Momentum. I remember those from the early days of Mario Maker 2. It took me a while to realize those were yours, actually. But I had played many of your old levels, probably before I knew who you were. We'll see. As I was saying, I'm sure you must be over your 100 upload limit by now, in terms of having had to remove some stuff, given that you were already quite close last year, weren't you? And yeah, Netcat X, as I was saying, it's just a generational thing, I think. Because back when Super Mario 3 and Super Mario World were current, it was definitely a jump block. And I was kind of doubting myself on that for a second, but I did check that when that had come up in some kind of conversation here about Mario Maker. Okay. Here we go. No, we need to ride that out, obviously. Ride that out and actually take off accurately. Okay. A lot of second chances on some of these mechanics, so... Whoops. Back around until we get this right. Yep. 2% clear rate is definitely on the high side for a Mang level, but you can kind of see why in terms of having a lot of failure locations that allow you to retry. This one here. Nope. Too soon. Or too late, actually. Okay. Okay. Will I make it? Yes, I will. Nope. Spin jump. Oh yeah, you need to drop this. Okay. Oh. Bomb explosion. Yes. So, Blade Master King, my day was alright. I hope yours was good as well. Hope you've mastered some more blades today. Okay, down we go. Yeah, pretty generous spacing off of that conveyor belt, actually. Oops. Nope. I wonder if I need that spiny in that location, actually, now that I look at the spacing, but we'll just retry that element and see if we understand it better on a second look. Whoops. Okay. Okay. That's okay, we'll get it. We'll get it. This feels pretty manageable. Just need to watch the timing a little more accurately and we'll go, okay. And come on, Thwomp. Get over here. And up we go. Yeah, I feel like I probably do need a spiny to be squeezing me there with a spin jump. Given the distance there. I don't think I get enough distance into the bumper otherwise, but... yeah, because otherwise I can't reach the bumper. I need to spin jump into it. I know. Certainly hope I'm right about this. That bomb location looks unconventional. I don't remember that bomb. Okay. Well, we'll get back there and we'll see. Okay. There we go. And up. I do have to remember to watch the bomb range there. How did that bomb wind up all the way to the left on the previous attempt? That I don't know. But something happened there in terms of the bomb and chop setups. It sent the bomb to a rather unconventional location. Okay, maybe I can bump against it. Maybe I should, yeah, maybe I should get launched in and jump into it. Oops. And hey, Durflo, welcome. Hope you are doing well. And there we go. No, bad idea. Bad idea. clearly misunderstanding something about that segment in terms of launching myself into the next bumper, so... What? I mean, the seesaws are thwomp activated, and then, so that's something I should keep in mind when it comes to... Yeah. I feel like I should be riding out into Spiny, given how I need that extra 2 tiles or so of space to get up to the bumper. Get squeezed in the bumper, but don't know if I can make that happen. Nope. Okay. Jump around a bumper. Oh, you know what? That's obvious. I'm just so used to getting launched by everything in these levels. That's, yeah, I don't know how much longer I was going to miss the obvious, but that's obvious. No, I see a sideways spring or a bumper on one of your levels, and I just assume I have to take it. That is naturally a bad assumption, but... Oh look, and there is a sideways bump immediately afterwards, so, you know, my intuitions there were not completely incorrect. They were just... maybe a case of jumping the gun slightly. How long will I stream? Not really sure, actually. Definitely not more than another hour. Actually, yesterday I had to kind of cut off my stream for a bit of an emergency, and that kind of stuff does happen. And hopefully will not happen, but... I'm going to get through as much of the current queue as I can. It is currently closed to submissions already. But even getting through the current queue might be a bit ambitious, depending on how difficult certain things are. Whoops. Let me see who is remaining. 6 left, yeah. Depending on who's actually here. I am planning to run viewer levels again at the same time slot tomorrow. What I may do is I may leave the current queue in, and like if I'm not done today, I will leave the current queue in until I'm done the warm-up or starting level tomorrow. Oh, whoops. And I was not paying attention. And we'll see. I haven't quite developed a good policy for that yet, because traditionally I actually have finished every level in the queue after closing. I don't know if I can do that anymore. I just don't have as much time for long streams as I used to, so... But we'll see. We'll have to just work out some kind of policy that people think is fair and accessible. There we go. Key, okay. Well, that was the right idea. I just had a bad launch there. Yeah, Durflo, don't worry about that. Just glad to see you here, even briefly, and I will catch you again another time. Oops. Okay, up we go. Oops. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. Yeah, I'll try to get through everybody. I just don't know if I am able to do so. Yeah, no, I was not leaving at the peak of that jump, but at least I was following the arrow accurately that time to get immediately back to the central conveyor. And, whoops, up we go. Nope. And, okay, let's try that again. And up. Not get killed by the bomb, that's important. Whoops. Okay, let's... whoops. Definitely starting to reach that point where I'm slipping on the easy stuff. But... okay. We have a method worked out for everything from this point. Yeah, no, I'm not getting enough of a sideways dash coming off of the stump. That's clearly the problem I'm encountering there, so we'll do it until it works. Okay. And over. Nope, too close to the bomb once again. And back. And the bumper interaction is honestly quite fun. I can see why it's very commonly used. And up and up and up. Okay, let's see if we can actually get this done accurately for once. And we will. Yeah, just admiring the curvature of the ceiling there. Interesting. Let's see what's down here. Coin. Pipe. I should check the pipe. Okay. No, no, no. You know what? Since this is the ending, let me just go down and see what else we've missed. Okay, not much. Hey, okay. What a galactic finale. Doesn't look like we have any kind of scroll break here, unless we had a way of activating this block, probably from smuggling a shell of some sort. But we'll see. Clearly missing some secret. And since in the subworld, we will not see what it is. Ah, okay. Heh. Oh, I see. Okay, fine. Guess we may have missed our chance to get a true ending there. But thank you. I will have to probably look at that again myself to see what I missed when it came to the true ending, but I assume it has something to do with holding Spiny Shell perhaps going into the final segment? Something like that, I don't know. But anyway, Stump Jump Castle. That's a win. Yeah, poor Yoshi. Didn't get rescued. Didn't get taken a couple of inches over to a true ending. Very impressed by that 49-second record, but very widely played level. I'm not surprised to see that somebody has optimized it, because the obstacles did seem very well timed for that. Netcat, thank you for sticking around. People would have dropped him in the pit anyway. Yep, that's what they do with Yoshi. Okay, QNF. Oh, very popular one here as well. Raging Roy's Flaming Fortress. Roy invites you to his blazing hot fortress. Will you meet his challenge? I'm always eager to see good Roy fights, actually. I think he's an element with a ton of potential that often goes underused. So, very happy to see a Roy Castle that is clearly extremely widely played already, so let's see what you have in store, Natcat. Okay, grab the key. And I'm going to do this because I can. Let's just toggle this back to on. Not that it's going to affect anything in the next room. Or is it? Nope. Classic Mario block setup over here. I guess that's just sort of a dangling aesthetic pipe. But it is kind of pretty, so. And yeah, these pipes are just all over the places. Part of the decoration. But it works very well, actually. Okay. I can play with some fire. This is about a 20% level, so it's fairly gentle, but lots to admire about it aesthetically. One up there as a reward for surviving all the way. Super Mario. I like the synchronization of the tracks over here. That's kind of a nice touch. And yeah, we just get up here. And yeah, this does enforce the on-off state. Okay. We'll just very patiently work our way through. More mushrooms for those who are so inclined. And this will probably break the wall for us, yep. Of course it does. And yeah, I'm just going to do a bit of state testing here, although I'm sure that everything has been very rigorously enforced. Yes, of course. And here we are with one of these elements once again. In the pipe, 5x5. And we'll have a fire flower here. No idea if that's progressive or if it's just part of the fight, but let's just assume it's inherently a part of the fight. Okay, Roy. Is Roy going to be our boy? Guess we'll see, depending on... there he goes. Interesting. I can see immediately, actually, that because of the curvature of the ceiling, you're going to be able to control his drop locations. If I'm reading this accurately. And I like that. I feel like the key to a Roy fight is making the drop locations kind of controlled and interesting, and so it's nice to have that, even though we are going to just nuke him almost immediately. Well, simple, straightforward, but very appealing. And we've got him in a cage. And everybody's going to cheer our victory. Now, Natcat X, I don't know if this was something that you had woven into a super world, perhaps, but even as a standalone, it does work quite well. And yeah, you do have a super world, I see. How many levels in your super world? I'm just curious. 5, okay. Okay. Well, now we know, so thank you for submitting that. Hopefully we'll see more from you when our queue is open once again another day, which will hopefully be tomorrow, and if not then another week. Let's mark that as a win and move on to... Okay, Lolo had kind of dropped in and out a few times, I think. We had passed on this code earlier, but Alolo came back in. Alolo, please check in. Lest you be ejected out the airlock once again. Here's a spoiler for you. Alolo was ejected out the airlock once again. Let's hit a remove on that. And move on to Baroto. If that is how one pronounces it. Don't see them in chat. I think they might have left as well, which is okay because we don't have a check-in. We'll just move on to Death Despise, Biggie Swoles, and Tempest Funk. That'll be a very auspicious finish. If I can get through all three, which I hope I will. 2 music levels in that list, actually, so, you know, that'll be a nice finish. And, okay. And Natcat, that's got to be one of Shoujo's Yoshis, if I'm not mistaken. Very fancy design. We need to get some proper emotes in this channel at some point. I should actually get an artist to put together some kind of appropriate GG and raid emote and so on, but it's one of those things that administratively just fell by the wayside. Anyway, back in the 90s, I'm Bojack the Horse. Bojack the Horse, don't act like you don't know TM004. Team Music 004, I suppose? We'll see, but Death Despise music level is always a bit of a treat, and this one's going to be platform intensive enough to have a clear rate of 2.57. Okay. Yeah, my mistake. Felt like I was maybe a bit late on that anyway, so. Yeah, I'm clearly falling a little bit behind. But the pacing is fairly clear in terms of, you know, understanding if I am behind or ahead or anything like that. Those of you who watched me play 4YMM last year will recall that in the same theme, I got kind of wrecked by the true ending quest for the Celeste level by Death Despise. We did eventually get it, the Golden Strawberry route, but I think that took more work than most of the 100% in 4YMM. Okay. Just an object lesson in what we need to work on when it comes to a platforming skill set. There we go. Too late. Poor reaction time. Yeah, I find that with music auto-scrollers that they're one of the few genres where clear rates actually are above, I would say, the part that I tend to hit for myself. Like sometimes you look at clear rates and you say, okay, I excel at this style of level, and you know, something that is 1% actually feels more like a 5% to me or something. With music levels, I find for me it's actually the opposite. I struggle with them a lot more than you would think. That's going to be short bounces. Short bounce, long bounce off the Koopa Troopas. Whoops. I mean, and of course by music levels I mean the ones that actually have some decent auto-scrolling platforming to them. In a style that was so widely popularized in Maker 1 back in the days before scroll stop was ever a thing. And we'll say I don't know if I recognized a melody yet, but well, getting a bit slippery. We'll fix it eventually. So yeah, auto scroll, you're not going to have too much variability in the clear time, so the record of about 45 seconds does give us a clear idea of what to expect, I'm sure. Yeah, once again, coming in a little bit late off that platform once I fell into it. To keep your head down. Seems rather important here. Whoops. Okay. Once more. Yeah, I kind of hesitated a bit much there, I think. But I do have to go for it. I do have to go for that jump, I believe. Given the auto-scroll speed. No time to dawdle. And we had done it once before, so... But I can see from my animation here that I am perhaps backing up a little too defensively in that location. I just need to trust my positioning a bit more, perhaps. But it could just be that I'm behind pace. There we go. Short bounce, tall bounce. And, yep. Hit the switch, get through the column. Should be fairly straightforward. But we'll get back there and see how it goes. Okay. Uppity up, uppity up. Yeah, a little bit too much forward momentum on my landing there that I was not correcting for. That should be an easy fix. Whoops. And up we go. Yeah, just some cleanup to do on my part here. But I can actually see where precisely I'm losing a bit of momentum and time sometimes. I was backing up on some of these corners. And not quite controlling our height as well as we should. Whoops. Okay, forward. And just contending with that beetle hitbox as we so often do. Okay, late. I knew that was late. Did not feel comfortable with the takeoff from that blue platform at all. The flimsy lift. But, you know, these are the kind of optimizations you make on the road to completion. Yeah. Backing up into that jump for some reason, just some kind of bad habit to suss out. Either that, or it's just a case of slipping from having been on too long. But we'll see. This is manageable stuff. It's just that we're being sloppy about it. Pretty swanky music track to listen to in the meantime. A few bars at a time. Just have to control the jumps. Welcome back, Durflo. As you can see, I am still running. Getting pretty low in the queue now. With this and 2 additional levels remaining after that, which I will hopefully get to. Yeah, just not enough of a dash coming out of that position. I think I was a bit concerned about my timing window. And we'll see. Jumping is hard. But we'll get it. Eventually. Yeah, pulling back a little bit too much on that jump, probably because I'm trying to avoid the ceiling. Just overcompensating. When this comes together, it really feels quite fluid. And when it doesn't come together, it's very clear the point at which I'm too late. So, just need to maintain that forward momentum. And yeah, I think sometimes I'm pulling back a little bit much on some of the jumps. That could just be a bad habit. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I think something like 2% on a music autoscroller feels harder to me than most 2% levels. And that's just a function of what my habits are as a player. It's going to be quite different for other players, I think, who are more comfortable with this, but less comfortable with other formats. And when you play enough Mario Maker, you start to gauge your own weaknesses that way. Okay, here we go. Almost. Yeah, the music is good. It is hopping. Hey, pretty short segment, actually. I'm sure there's going to be a segment 2 into Subworld coming up very shortly for whatever the second part is. And we've finally cleaned some of this up. Whoops. But mismanaged my forward momentum. That location. Yeah, when the early jumps come together, You get some momentum going. Things go very smoothly. It's that 4 stack followed by the 3 stack that really throws me off, because I think that's a hard check of whether I'm on pace. Because the 4 stack of the blue spike tops always feels like a very close shave. This one here. And yeah, you can see how I'm cutting too much momentum in order to hedge against that. And by cutting too much momentum, I can't make the next jump over to the Koopa segment. So, I can see the mistake I'm making. I can see the issue we're running into. It doesn't mean we're doing enough to fix it, but that's how it goes. And it's probably just a function of spending too long on the falling lift before heading over to the donut blocks. I can see that relative to when things are going to spawn in, that's the thing that is slowing me down. And of course, as an auto-scroller, the spawns are going to be 100% reliable, so it's always my timing at fault. Okay, when it works, it works. Yeah, no, losing too much momentum there. I'm jumping too high over that last spike. That's clearly the problem. If I'm landing sooner, I can get back into position before the final track just falls too low. Okay, could do a bit better in there. Okay. Yeah, cut too much momentum once again. I actually reached that location fairly well this time. It's more that I misjudged how I was doing once I was on to donut blocks. Oops. But, you know, I hope this is a fairly entertaining listening experience in the meantime as we crash against this. Okay, short jump. Nope, too high. I wanted to do a short jump there, and yet the mid-air adjustment threw me off quite a bit, so. Yeah, still having a bit of trouble, but whoops. We'll just need to make the appropriate adjustments. Forward. And there we go. Okay. Looking good. There we go. Nearly bopped my head on that last icicle, but here's a checkpoint. And of course, now we'll spawn a little further along that screen thanks to the checkpoint placement. If I'm not mistaken, no, it's just the same position. Which is fine, just makes it reliable. Okay. Yeah, this kind of obstacle, this style of obstacle specifically, I remember from the Celeste level by Death Despise. In terms of turning around, hitting the on-off, and then dodging poison. Slightly easier in this context than it was in that level, but similar idea. Whoop. We're just going to eat that. Not very sanitary to just pick poison mushrooms off the floor. Not exactly a paragon of food, health, and safety. Okay. That's okay, we'll try to dodge these accurately. And yeah, I think I do need to land there and jump immediately. There is a window of opportunity there and no time to stall. No time to slow down and rethink that at all. Just need to go for it. So yeah, kind of like how the music track continues to build in this section, of course. Whoops. And here we go. Up we don't. Okay. Okay, that worked better than usual. That worked better than usual as well. Okay. That went pretty smoothly, actually, that last part there. Just keeping the jump heights nice and low. And we'll grab all these since we're not really going for a speed record by any means. Thank you for that, Death Despise. Didn't actually check beforehand if they were still here. I know that spies does tend to just kind of sit on lurk sometimes, though, so let's take a look at what is next. If Biggie Swoles is still here, Biggie Swoles, who apparently had this stream recommended as a playtest that would be appropriate, so it's going to give you a second to check in. I do see you in the chat list, so if Biggie Swoles does not check in, or is it Biggle? Biggie? Yeah, Biggie. I will just bump you back a spot and do a second check later after we play the level by Tempest Funk. I may, in fact, manage to finish the queue. And yeah, Biggie Swoles seems to be in the chat list from what I'm seeing, but has not checked in, so I'll just bump him back one spot. That seems to be the typical policy. The Twitch chat list is extremely unreliable and also very often populated by bots as well, so very difficult to get any information out of that. And yes, Tempest Funk, I do know that yours is a music level that you said you were putting together not too long ago. So, fairly fresh upload, I would take it. I have not seen it. I've seen it on the list. I have not actually played it. Radiohead, Street Spirit. Looping music platformer for extra challenge, find a true ending. Well, we'll see how we're doing for time. I used to know my Radiohead. I don't seem to recall what era of Radiohead this was from or what album, but again, it's a category of things I used to know. The bands, yeah, I definitely know it then. It was from that far back. It's just been a long time since I've really looked into that closely, but oh yeah, I know this. Okay. Okay. Not going to sing along though, unfortunately, but whoops. Kinda hit my head there. And yeah, pretty vast use of space for this kind of structure. I guess it would be a lot of the initial loading, set up in the initial drop. But just thinking about how this is constructed. I don't have much experience constructing, music levels with a lot of the really advanced looping tech that has become popular and become better explored. But I do play enough of them that I do like thinking about their construction. Because I know when General BB was showing off a lot of the really large-scale, globally loaded looping setups. Oh, it's on the popular list. Okay, I see. Okay. Yeah, but the way it elaborates as you progress through the level. Yeah, very good track selection for that kind of thing, actually, in terms of how it is gradually overlaid. Okay. Checkpoint. Let's see. A lot of tracks to traverse here, of course. And up we go. And okay. Spin up. All right. Kind of nice to have the looping elements well integrated with the actual core set of platforming like this. I mean, they do eventually have to be stuffed somewhere, right? So I think it's subtle enough. We only hit the left block for the key. I wonder if we need to hit the right block as well. I feel like that deserves a check. And NetCatX, thank you for dropping by for so long. Thank you for the level earlier. And for the follow. Oh, I see. Okay, so 2 keys, 1 door. Okay. And up we go. Surprisingly nice guitar sound in this instrument set. Alright. Big coin over to the right side there. Let me just take a look at that quickly. 30 coin, okay. I'd usually go for that, but let's just drop in. Looks like it's going to be another cannonball positional adjustment based on the on-off toggle. Whoa. And what's this fight going to be all about? From our pal Larry here. Looks like we have a bit of a shell dispensing element there. We should have just bopped him with the flower for a bit. Just shot him in the face. But let me see. The lower blaster I haven't really been watching. Ah, lower blaster is just a shell. Okay. Let's grab this. Shell gets dispensed. Let me just get to read on this thing. And oh, I see. No, we have to step on the shell and then kick it back towards him. I see. Okay. No, because the shell doesn't get kicked back. The shell gets deflected. Yes. Okay. I see how this works now. And I'm going to lose the key. But yeah, I am going to lose the key, it seems. Yes, because I have seen this kind of checkpoint structure before as well. in terms of reloading a music level. I'm not sure who introduced me to it, but I've definitely seen this exact checkpoint structure when it comes to reloading the music. I probably did see it from you now that I think about it. I don't remember what track it was, but you sent me something like this. Yeah, like geometrically it was the same thing in terms of having that checkpoint send you back through the drop. Yes, DKC2. Yes, that's exactly it. This was a while ago, but I do recognize it. Well, it's a pretty good checkpoint structure for this kind of thing in terms of making sure things get reloaded. Whoa. Grab the key. Key does look fairly optional, so I assume that might be something true ending related, and we know there's going to be only one door that is associated with, just given the despawning of the second key. Okay, up we go. Nope. Bad idea. Only thing you don't like about the CP is that it scares people. Because it makes them think they restart the entire thing. Oh yeah, because if they're not watching what's going on with the on-off gating. Yeah, because you do have some people who get very impulsive about reacting to what they think is a big restart. And that's very true. Nope. Luckily, mushroom's right there. It's gonna be hit number 1. Just release the on-off switch for hit number 2. Hopefully we'll have the mushroom cycle around before too long. Nope. Didn't pick up as much momentum as I had foreseen there. Yeah, kind of a nice loading mechanism though. I mean, it is definitely something that looks like a bit of a Doom drop, but there we go. And we got shot in the face once again. Perhaps even in the back. Very dishonorably so. Let's let some of these pass. Okay, up we go. Yeah, just a bunch of instrument boxes in there that we can see. And we'll grab the key. And okay. Let's just wait this out a bit. And up we go. Not exactly speedrunning this, but we'll do that the fancy way regardless. Yeah, I find that when it comes to checkpoints and respawning that checkpoints really do something to your memory in some ways. I find sometimes that, you know, after a checkpoint I don't necessarily even know if I'm going left to right or right to left, because you kind of have to reorient yourself around the reset location, especially when you see it for the first time. So I don't know how noticeable things like changes in power-up states actually are to people who have to witness that after failing once, but it may just be me. Maybe other players are a little better at spatial memory for resetting in a different location in the level, but okay, fade out. Okay. Going to see some instrumentation here. Going to see some PAL blocks. And otherwise just going to have the auto-scroll outro. The exit music for a film. Oh, I don't have the Fire Flower. Okay, Fire Flower plus key is the true ending. I feel like I probably could do it, depending on whether this is going to be the last level or if Biggie Swoles checks in. Yeah, I'll just see if Biggie Swoles is going to speak up, because I might try to do a quick run, keep the Fire Flower now that I know what the gate actually is, although, you know, given my penchant for getting hit on the boss fight, I don't necessarily think this is going to go well. But we'll try to keep the flower into that now that we know what's going on, and maybe just nuke the boss directly with the flower anyway, which... if we can. So. And thank you for the GGs, regardless. I'm not going to put in too much time in this, I think. Let's do this properly. But hey, it's a nice track, and worth another listen. Okay. Whoops. Too ambitious there. For sure. Okay. Let's get another shot. And pop some power-ups. Hello, Electrodude. Electrodude, we're going to be shutting down pretty soon, actually. This was either the last or the second last in queue, and we're just replaying it for true ending, but thanks for dropping by anyway. Yeah, we hadn't checked that location previously, I think. So, at what cost? At that cost. Easier to just use the shells? Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, if I'm going for true ending, the main priority should just be damage mitigation. Damage avoidance, I should say. But we'll see. No, bad idea. Yeah, that was not attentive. Anyway, down we go once again. And we'll see how this pans out. Grab the shroom. And yeah, we'll just wait this out. For once. So yeah, Electrodude, hope you are doing well. Ah, look at this. Maybe slightly misjudged on my part. And we'll pop that. Oops. A little too ambitious there. And yeah, I'm doing alright over here. Had some pretty decent levels today, I would say. It's been good to get back into it. And yeah, pop that. Okay. And back we go. And yeah, just gotta wait for the music before we cross the street. And get past. the checkpoint setup here. A bit of a bump and assist from these blocks. Whoa, that's... I don't think that was my last chance at a flower, though, was it? Because there should be more power-ups available further up. And, yeah. And there was the location where I have the key. Yes, that's right. Okay, let's keep the flower. To the extent it is possible. Just keep an eye on various hazards. Like that one. Okay. And let's just wait for the shots. See if it is a progressive. Yes. Good to know. Good to know, so we know what our chances are. Nope. Okay, so much for that. Let's try that again. Almost there. Yeah, plenty of opportunities to grab the flower for true ending, of course. Whoops. Like I said, I'm not going to put too many attempts on it, because I will have to cut off soon, probably, so... And we'll see. I didn't see Biggie Swells check in, but we'll at least take a look at what that level is. Like, I might not enter it, but he did say something about it being a lengthy piece that I was recommended as a streamer for specifically. Ah, okay, Biggie Swells, you are here, okay. In that case, we'll save True Ending on this one for another time. Didn't see you check in earlier, and so we left you into queue because I did see you at least lurking. Anyway, thank you for that, Tempest Funk. We will take another look at it at some time, perhaps, but regardless, yeah, okay, this is from yesterday, or the day before, rather, this week. So it looks like it's taking off nicely already. Let's see what's going on with the list. Yeah, Biggie Swells, I don't know if I'll be able to complete this, but we will at least take an introductory look, because I do need to close up relatively soon, but... Secret of the Keep, a castle where each checkpoint has a unique exit puzzle. I can see why somebody recommended that you come here. But yeah, as with long puzzles generally, if I don't finish on this stream, you're certainly welcome to resubmit tomorrow, and I might also just run it separately and without any time constraints as part of a puzzle stream later in the week. But we'll at least take a first look. Castle where each checkpoint has a unique exit puzzle. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. From the CPP Sage. Okay, something about Yoshi on an ice block. Bomb spot of some sort over here. Going to drop a series of bombs and also activate the on-off switch if I'm not mistaken. Well, no way but forward. This is definitely a wall, yeah. Okay. So that just reactivates on-off on the other side. Let me just read this room for a moment. Looks like ultimately we'll want to bomb open the hard blocks such that coming through the pipe with the P-switch active allows you to make your way over to key blocks at least, but then you'll probably need something like a cape in order to get through the yellow blocks in the final segment, unless, of course, this level is... no, that's wrong. I think you just eventually come out of the blue pipe. Oh no, I see, all 4 pipes are actually plausible exits. All 4 pipes lead you to the gate, and they are each their own puzzle. Okay. Red pipe requires you to finish with the state set to off. Well, we're not going to remember this, but we can just think about the various conditions that lead you to various exits. Obviously, to continue, we do need to set this. I don't know if that is going to be memory dependent, but looks like we have a key in that location. No point going here yet, of course, with the on state being what it is. Okay. Looks like we have gated entrances over here. Chomp. Yeah, Chomp looks pretty dangerous right now. Let's bypass him. Check what's in here. I do like the clarity of the color scheme in terms of, you know, elements matching the pipe entrances. Looks like we will eventually definitely want to bomb this guy. Looks like there is a cape feather involved, as I expected. And what do we have here? Okay. Down. So something's going on in there. Not accessible from this top location, obviously, but we'll think about that. A lot of stuff to read at once, sure, so it's just a matter of figuring out where it is we take our next state. It seems like the major thing we can do is just to break some of this stuff, but obviously can't get much further with that. Color scheming was the most recent addition, and you started making this in Maker 1, okay. That's sort of interesting given how many state switch possibilities we have now with the on-off as well as the P-switch. In terms of, you know, just having more options to play with were not formerly possible. Anyway, just gonna scan around, see what possibilities have been opened by the fact that we have a mushroom. So far, all that I see is breaking the yellow blocks and... okay, so they do despawn completely. It looks like the blue pipe here cannot be entered. So, we'll just have to figure out what has changed in this looping structure. Entirely possible, too, that I don't know if deliberately taking damage will be a part of this puzzle, but it could be that something is state-dependent and requires me to be small, but at the moment, I don't necessarily see it. I don't know what a crouch would do in this spot necessarily, but that's worth a check. I'll just have to think about that. Probably some kind of door re-entry, in fact. Let's think about that carefully. Also, I can damage boost through here. That's one possibility. Pause for applause. Looks like that location just sends you back, so let's scan around to see what is possible. There is Yoshi. Let's eat the egg. Can we eat the egg? There we go. Not that that's going to be useful yet. But I don't like the idea of just dropping Yoshi, but let's see. Nope, bad idea. Well, I mean, I certainly want Yoshi to be smuggled over to the other side. I mean, I can always just do a spit with the egg, probably. Yeah, spit with the egg. Nope. That might be the right idea in some respect, but let's dump one of the Yoshis so we can get the next egg. Okay, grab that. I do think smuggling Yoshi over in some form is going to be a thing we need to do here. So it's just a matter of figuring out how that's going to go. It's not going to be with the belt going this way. It has to be with the belt going left, but... nope. Let's see here. Probably going to have a timeout. Also just kind of scanning the bottom locations here to see if anything else presents itself. Yeah, it could be some kind of pushing interaction, in fact. Shouldn't discount that possibility, so... Very close to doing it. Yeah, I mean, if it's just a spit on the other side, that's one thing I had considered, but... As certainly the first thing that came to mind was somehow get the egg onto this belt, such that it falls over, and carts a Yoshi over. But I think I need to probably dispense some Yoshis in order to try that within the 40 seconds we have remaining. Yeah. Crouch and spit? Yeah, crouch and spit. Yeah. Lickety split. Let's get off of this. Run over. Kind of like the push interaction there, and there we go. Okay, so we have 10 seconds left. We're not really going to be able to make much use out of Yoshi at the moment, but entirely possible that some kind of mushroom swallowing interaction is going to be important there. Okay, let's just get back into action. Yoshi is sitting on top of an ice block. Kind of like an implication that Yoshi is going to need to swallow some fire, maybe. Although fire, of course, doesn't melt to that kind of ice block. Does it? Oh, yes. Yeah. The ice coin blocks, rather. Let me think about that for a moment. It's been a while. Much too rusty. No, but standard ice blocks, no. Let's see. I'll have to get back over here and just pay attention to what we have or haven't done. Looks like a jump off of Yoshi onto the vine is something that's going to be possible if I can get back to that location. Let's just retrace our steps very quickly. And head over to the Yoshi segment after the damage boost. Yeah, it looks like we can swallow fire in this location, and so we should think about what we can do with that. There's the bomb ignition that we saw earlier, of course. Yeah, because you jump, you fire, that ignites the bomb. That's what Yoshi is going to do for me. Ask not what you can do for... Oh, yeah, no, I already walked this loop. Let's go back. Ask not what Yoshi can do for you, but what you can do for Yoshi, which will of course only become apparent when you do the damage boost through here. And yeah, I didn't think it melted irregular ice blocks because they, first of all, work like hard blocks but without the scroll stop, and secondly, that's those fire interactions were only patched in when the ice coin blocks became available. I used to notice stuff cold, but I had been off the game for some time until really just a week ago. Just got back into it, so I am steadily recovering my game knowledge when it comes to mechanics. Okay. This is a bit of a problem, carting Yoshi across. I don't think I should cart Yoshi across. I think I should get back to this segment here. And... okay, fire... no point in going back over there, that's just more Yoshi. But... I can go up. Oh, interesting, okay. Okay. E-switch affects what? Interesting. I see, okay, okay. Well, that would stop the conveyors. I don't know what else it does for me necessarily, but we'll go back through the door after the next activation, yeah. Seems to be the natural point. Yep, there we go. And yeah, that just straight up clears that passage, which is good because it means I now have access to 2 Yoshis on the other side, so. Whereas previously we just had 1. Interesting that there is the red blaster while the V-switch is active, but I don't think we can get that on camera while we're on the lower levels, so we'll just bypass that. And so the trick now is to get a Yoshi into an advantageous location like this one, such that we can cart ourselves over, grab fire, and set things on fire. Yeah, flowing pretty well so far, actually. I'm pretty satisfied with how readily the progression just kind of presents itself when you see which kind of elements are available for you to play with. The only thing that's not necessarily obvious at first is maybe the... you know, when you see a damage boost for the first time in a puzzle level, sometimes you have to make the judgment, okay, is this the kind of puzzle level that's going to require me to damage boost? And then as soon as you do it, you get the ding-dong sound, you sort of realize, okay, that is definitely within the tool set that we are supposed to be thinking about. We'd do it anyway, but that's in the tool set. Okay, here's FL, Y, fly. Okay, looks like we have some kind of cape segment then. Might as well grab an extra feather. Do we have a good takeoff point? Not convinced that we do. But yeah, it looks like we're supposed to fly over there. Let's think about it. Of course, we can always just float down with Yoshi and then jump off along the curve. No, it looks like it should be a cape spot, but... oh, whoops, no, my mistake. But it looks like I'm supposed to float with Yoshi across the one-way panels and then jump off of them. And then there will be a bit of a power-up check, I guess, with the damage that you take from the spikes afterwards. Probably. Oh, look, we have a bomb that's accessible. Except... swallowing bombs doesn't do the thing I think they do in this game. Hang on. After fly is CP1, okay. Well, let's take a look. Going to poke all the pipes, of course. Looks like we have more fire that's accessible up there, which is important because the Podoboo projectile does go at a diagonal, and that means I should be able to hit that fire from down here, actually. I want to eliminate some of that. What? My mistake. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I would like to get through this tonight. I just don't know if I can stay long enough to do it, but I will stay as long as I'm able. So I'm pretty satisfied with what we've seen so far. It's just that if it is long, then, you know, with all the types that you have to deal with, even understanding the solution isn't necessarily going to shave that much time off the clock. What is it here? Yes, okay. Get your way through. And, okay, it's gonna be Yoshi. Yoshi egg. Okay, take that. Push. Yeah, very satisfying interaction there. And mushroom there. Right, and then we have that P-switch interaction over here. And you doubt I'll figure out more than one exit. I'm not sure if I'll want to find the others. Okay. Your assumption is no one will figure it out. Okay. Well, that's an interesting challenge. I'm sure that even if we do beat it, it might be worthwhile then to go over this to see multiple exits. Well, not on this stream, but, you know, over a separate segment. Anyway, let's, yeah, the P-switch interaction. Let's recall that. Okay. And, are these coins? Yeah, okay, might as well clear these. Yeah, I mean, it's not even necessarily about going for time, it's just going for solutions, right? So I am kind of curious, like if there actually is something that you have not yet seen cleared as a puzzle solution, I would probably be curious to see what I can do with it. Yeah, okay. Fire. And bomb. Of course, when you respawn through here, you get the bomb down the right side. Oh, I see, because when you toggle the on-off switch, when we have an opportunity to do so, then once this location has been bombed, we're able to go to the left and pop out of the semi-solid to the left of that one-way panel. I see. So if we have access to an on-off switch activation somewhere here, we can do it. But we don't. Not at the moment, anyway. Okay, bomb. Yeah. Alright. Seems like if we went back to grab fire, we could melt some of that, but looks like we are supposed to get Yoshi up to that location with the torches anyway and grab fire over there and use that to do the melt. No, 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 no. Okay, come on. Or we could grab fire. It's nice to be able to spot in advance some of the things that are going to happen. I mean, that's partly a sign of fairness in a puzzle, so... Terrible location to do that. Actually, it seems like it's tuned to be blocked from that, not that it's going to affect very much. Okay, no, that's not going to be it. Looks like that will probably not be the answer, in fact. But I don't see this leaving room for something like a dive bomb. I feel like it must be something like what I just tried with the Yoshi floats. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, this is kind of a dangerous location here. Why? No, no, too low. No, I don't like that approach. I think it's probably not what I'm looking for, but... At the same time, it is something based on Cape Feather. I don't know what my takeoff location should be. That's something worth considering. Yeah, do a full flight like that. I guess if you're on top of Yoshi, then... Let me see, because you clearly have the opportunity to go up. Maybe you are supposed to do a dive bomb and work your way up. That seems to be much more technically oriented than I would expect from a puzzle. That's the only thing. In terms of being able to do the flight, and that makes me suspicious of that as the intended solution. I find that often when I do things that are very puzzle-oriented, I tend to have a great deal of doubt that the solution that requires some mechanical technique is actually the right way to go. Yeah. Fly. Okay, P-switch. That do anything for me? No. Okay. The kind of crouch interaction with Yoshi in a one-way panels is always a bit of an obscure thing worth checking. Yeah, I feel like I am supposed to maybe... I don't know about this curve, because I'm trying to decide if it's something I am supposed to go cape only for. And it's actually kind of a hard call in some ways, but hey, let's get back through here. Come forward. Let me just check one thing. Yeah, no, I thought so. In this game, I have to keep these straight sometimes. But yeah, bomb interaction, not what I'm looking for. That would just get me stuck. No, definitely not. Fly, huh? There is kind of a bombable location over here. Ah, you know what? Let's do that. I should be able to carry... Let's see if I can do it. Hang on. Sorry, Yoshi. Oh, we have no time, though. We have no time. I was thinking, like, grab this bomb, go back to the left, go through the door, use the bomb. I want to try it. Sure. Get out of the way. And let's see how quickly we can recover our position here. Okay. Through here. Let's get some shrooms. And where were we? Oh, could have just gone backwards. Okay. And yep, boost. Yoshi. And okay, let's head down here. And here. And I think we have a rough idea of the progression from here, so long as I actually remember some of what I'm doing. Which is not always the case. Ah, yes, the P-switch thing. Yeah. Okay. Back through here. Second Yoshi. And back we go. Over to the vine segments. Grab them like so. Grab fire. Yeah, that's totally a bombable location now that I look at it. We're totally doing it this way, hang on. After I grab the feather. I think the feather is still pretty important here, so. Let's take this out in case... Well, no, that wouldn't affect anything, I think, when it comes to E-switch. But come through here, let's see what we can do with the bomb interaction. Oh wait, no. Nope, no. Actually did have... Well, first of all, access to the cape. Let's grab that first. To get that going again. And then I'm going to try to carry the bomb back through the door with me, and then... No, not that door, is it? Yeah, I don't think I have enough time to spend it on the location I was thinking of. I mean, I probably should just follow instructions at some point and fly, but... There's a particular location I was interested in for the bomb, and no, I guess it's not reachable from here, because even if I grabbed a bomb, brought it with me, carried it, doesn't get me much. Breaks this open. I mean, you never know when there's a spawn block or something to deal with, but not look like that will be anything. Okay, let's grab Yoshi. And let's see what we can do. Okay. Quite possibly if I get off Yoshi and try to fly. Oh right, I need to bomb this first. Yeah, actually maybe that is a good flight arc. That'll allow me to lift my way over to the other side. Might be just a bit fussy to try, that's all. Almost. Clearly the right idea, I think. Clearly correct, it's just a matter of timing it out. Yeah, in fact the spacing is clearly built to make that work exactly. So, yeah, I was kind of wondering about the, accuracy of the flight there, but it's not an issue at all. The spike there is mostly if you are trapped by the on-off state, I believe. Okay, checkpoint. And the back. Okay. Let's see how we're doing. Okay. Pop that open. Goomba is interesting. Don't know. They'll be accessible. Okay, POW and green pipe. Not really sure what this is telling me yet, but we have red Yoshi. Okay, red Yoshi is important for lighting things on fire. Dark Flash, no, these are just viewer levels. But some of them have been beautiful. This is the last one we're doing today, though, for sure, and I don't necessarily know if we'll be on long enough to finish it, but we are seeing everything I can. Anyway, we did get past checkpoint, we did reactivate a bunch of stuff, and as I noticed before, we do have location to the left, and we no longer have access to either the mushroom or the cape. Okay, sneak him down here. Looks like the conveyor belts exist specifically to prevent me from doing a Yoshi nudge that would allow me to sneak him over to the left side. I think double speed conveyor should prevent me from pushing Yoshi. So, unfortunately, well, in that case, I haven't actually used his fire ability yet. But I do want to see what's on this side, so let's just head over here and see what we can do with that in the 100 seconds that remain. Claw is going to pick up the bomb, and then no, it's not. I do need to shoot that with Yoshi. Okay, so yes, we do in fact need the power of fire, but it looks like we will probably need to swallow a red Yoshi egg with green Yoshi. Maybe. Ah, no, P-switch. P-switch. P-switch will disable the conveyor belt. Disabling the conveyor belt will allow me to sneak in, I think. I'd have to get off Yoshi somehow. Probably. Yeah. P-switch is definitely the way, though. Haven't inspected this location to the left, of course, since we deactivated everything. That might potentially be important. Okay. It's going to be disabled. And not going to be it, but looks like it should be something like that, where, for example, if you have Yoshi carrying another Yoshi, or you do a spit and run. Do a spit and maybe you can outrun it. No, I don't think so. But the idea is that you want to activate the bomb that's on the left side, so let's restart from checkpoint with a somewhat larger bank of time, and we'll see how well we can progress from here. Okay. Pop that. Restart at the red Yoshi segment. And yeah, didn't really make use of those Goombas at all. Now, let me think about whether I can get back here in such a way that allows me to swallow the egg with green Yoshi. May just be a bit conditioned by a puzzle in which I had to do that, but anyway, P-switch activation definitely has to do with the conveyor belt to the left. It's just a matter of figuring out how to use the conveyor belt to get Yoshi over. Be it Yoshi or a Yoshi egg. It may just be a Yoshi egg, because you spawn Yoshi sort of inside the belt and then you have the opportunity to push him while the belt is still disabled, but currently, hard to say. Yeah, because, oh no, this location needs to be bombed. So let me respawn in this location first and make sure we get the bomb drop. Oh, whoops. My bad. Although, that presents something. Yep, P-switch plus that. That's the way to do it. This is maybe the second level I've ever seen that actually uses the Yoshi damage mechanic as a way to get him from point A to point B. Perfect. I hope he's actually on a location that stays loaded. Yeah, it's a very unconventional solution, but always very satisfying. I rarely ever see it. Okay, blow that wide open. And that's going to be on off. Okay, that's going to drop the helmet over there, but what does that do? I guess next time you have an on-off toggle, that's going to drop the shell towards the spring. That's going to activate a jump block on the left. Don't know what that does, but oh yeah, we actually can, in fact, get over to the on-off switch by running this conveyor, so I'll just do that and see what happens. Okay, Boom Boom is doing what? Okay. Ah, yes, looks like I need to have some kind of timed activation. Yeah. There we go. No, not quite. Interesting boss setup here. But I don't know how to interact with the P-switch just yet. The P-switch somehow associated with the top location, the top left of the screen. I want to hit Boom Boom 3 times clearly, but there's a particular deflection pattern that I'll need in order to make that happen. Okay. Let's just... Yeah, that's going to deflect. Let's see if I can get that bounce, because, there we go, there we go. That does something. Okay. That works. Got it. Easier than I expected, actually. We need the ability to either take damage or activate a switch in order to get to the right side, so let's take advantage of the fact that the P-switch does stay depressed. Very sad P-switch stays depressed. Red pipe is accessible through here. Interesting. Yellow pipe is also accessible through here. So I guess these are the respective completion puzzles, but if we go through the P-switch, I do want to see what happens through the P-door, so... Okay, we are still able to do that. Okay, through the P-door. That would unlock something on the other side as well. Oh, let's grab the star one more time, too. Well, first of all, we need another P-switch activation, don't we? Let me think about this, because likely I have to drop. No. Do some... Oh, you know what? Standard to pipe. Why not? Okay. Ah, yes, okay. So this conduit actually does show you where the pipes are going. Having a star coming out of that location Well, it's certainly not going to last long enough to get me through the right side, so let's go through the yellow pipe and see what that's all about. Ah, okay. Never mind. Looks like the red pipe location then is for when you have access to a key. Now, unfortunately, I will have to stop after the next timeout, Biggie Swalls, because I'm way past time on this stream. But I'm quite happy to continue this either as a continued submission or on a separate puzzle stream when I'll try to look at as many endings as I can, and hopefully we'll be able to remember how to get through our progress so far. But this will be the last attempt of the day. Yeah, and in fact, I may have to cut off now, so... because I don't think I'll progress past this puzzle within the next 100 seconds, given what I'm looking at currently. But we'll just do a quick sweep to be diligent about that, just so we know what we're looking at. So, yeah, thank you so much for submitting this. This is, as whoever recommended you come over here might have indicated, very much our kind of thing, so... we'll definitely be continuing this one. We are not done with it by any means. So, thank you for that. And yeah, that'll be all for this session. Let's just hit remove for the time being. I'll be back with viewer levels tomorrow, hopefully. That's the current plan. And we have been doing some occasional... well, the plan is to occasionally do some puzzle and overflow streams, specifically to take care of levels of this style. World record from Zero Planes. I do like Zero very much as a streamer. Glad he got to sit through the playtest of this one. He was somebody I used to submit to quite regularly before I ever started streaming, so hope he had a good experience with it. And yeah, let's see what's going on. The queue at this point, I didn't properly remove Tempest Funk either, so let me mark that one as a win, which I failed to do earlier. And thank you so much, everybody, for watching. I will be scanning around very quickly to see if we can raid someone. Almost certainly going to be Mario Maker as well. But you'll just have to give me a minute for that. So, final housekeeping notes. Thanks for watching. Schedule updates sometimes a few days in advance tend to be on the Discord for those of you who want your news and want it regularly. We will be continuing with Ori and the Will of the Wisps middle of next week, but it'll be Mario Maker through and the weekend. And I'll just be one moment while I scan around to see who to raid, but regardless, whichever time zone you're in, rather, have a good night or good morning or afternoon for some of you, and fare thee well.